So, hello, good morning everyone. After a couple of minutes delay, we would like to start with the event. We have an online speaker with a very specific time slot, so we'll speed up here at the beginning of the conference. I would like to welcome everyone at this very special event that is a closing event of the project V4+WB Research Management Network project. And this has been an activity that's been ongoing for 18 months, but it's been preceded by another project with the same, more or less the same team of people, with the same topic, same focus, which is basically trying to ensure that this crucial set of enablers, the research managers, are well supported. They have their proper place in the innovation ecosystem and the research ecosystem, and they are recognized. They have the opportunity to develop, to train, and network with each other. So, this being an important topic, I would like to thank for the support of the International Visegrad Fund, who made this event and this project possible. And we know well that this topic and the whole field of innovation is one of their crucial interests. And furthermore, I would like to thank the Corvinus University for co-organizing this event with us and being such a strong partner and stakeholder in the research management and administration field. And one more thank you that I have to say to the University of Nova, who is going to have an event here tomorrow, taking part in the study visit that Corvinus is organizing here. So we are inviting you to join that event as well. So thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you'll enjoy the event. Please use all the breaks for networking, discussing, and meeting your colleagues and peers from other countries. And now I would like to hand over the mic to Professor Bruno van Pottelsberg, the rector of the Corvinus University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have to stay here because we are apparently streamlined. So it's a real pleasure and honor to be here and to welcome you. I'm particularly happy to introduce this conference as rector of Corvinus for various reasons. One of these, of course, because it's a conference on research, and universities, Institute of Higher Education are one of the rare institutions where free research can take place, and it's very important to look at it, to cherish it, to support it, and to manage it professionally. And this is, I guess, the most important reason of this event. I'm also happy because it's an international conference. Of course, it involves Hungarian institutions, but as well all the partners. So a warm welcome for those who come from abroad, from other countries. It's a real pleasure to have you on board. Now, I would like to share, because we don't have too much time, I would like to share a few experience I had a few years ago and then very recently. A few years ago, I was in the selection committee of special grants for at the European Commission for the valuation of research. So what do you do with the research output? And I must confess I was particularly impressed by the quality of the application files that I could read from the applicants. And it's not only about the quality of research. Of course, you need high quality researchers and the ability to publish and to gather other researchers in your team, but it was about the quality of the application file. And I was in the previous year in the selection committee of ERC Consolidator grant. Same story. All the research projects were impressive, but those that were selected had an amazingly well-written application file, and you could see that it's not only written by, I hope, by an application, but by a whole system that supports his researchers. And this is what generally universities undervalue. It's the importance of professionalism, the importance of professional services. We always underestimate the need for this. And here at Corvinus, we are right in the strategic plan of the university. We work on its business model and on its future strategy. And a very important aspect is how do we support research activity? Because it's not only the talent of our researchers and professors, it's the whole service that we organize around it. I'm very happy that our newly appointed Vice Rector for Research, Tamas, who is heading on the back, is actually there to help us frame a strategy to support research. And it's a very timely conference because, of course, we can share our practice, but we can learn from other practices in the great universities that participate in this event. So a warm thank you. This conference is a very important topic. It's not about the quality of research, but it's about the quality of the services that help research flourish further through international collaboration and international and local funding. So thank you very much. Enjoy these 2 days in Corvinus. It's a real honor to have you, and I will give the floor to, is it online now, the next one? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Enjoy the 2 days, and I wish I could stay, but I have other meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the kind words and for hosting of this event. And now we are welcoming online Giulia Carpinetti, consultant at the European Commission DG RTD, and she'll share her views with us and with the live streaming group. I want to emphasize that there's also a community watching us online. So please welcome Giulia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure. And I really want to thank the organizer for the invite of this very important event. And I'm glad to attend, even though unfortunately just remotely for this time. So I'm Giulia, and I work at the Commission, DG Research and Innovation, and currently I'm the action owner of the Action 17 of the current area policy agenda, which, as you know, regards research management. So this is why I'm here today with you to give you a presentation of the main initiatives that we set for the action for these past 2 years. So we'll give you a little bit of a background, and then I will give you the state of play, so what we achieved during these 2 years, and of course, what will be the next steps for the next area policy agenda. So I'm going to share my screen. So you can go to the slide 2, where it says Action 17, because I cannot see your slides. You're there? Perfect. Okay, so as I mentioned, here I will just give you a little bit of background of what have been the initiatives that we set for this current era policy agenda. So you can see here that we set 4 main initiatives for these 2 years. First of all is the recognition of the profession, since we know that it's still not recognized in all the countries. Then upskilling, of course, improving the training and skills for the research management staff. Then networking, we wanted to support and increase the networks between the communities to exchange best practices. And then, of course, capacity building in order to support also less RNI regions and organizations. Next slides. So here I'll just give you a little bit of the state of play of the action, of the current action. So we had 16 member states committed to the action. We have 3 sponsors that are, working with us, helping to work on the main initiatives, which are Germany, Hungary, and Aurora, which is the University Network. Then we have also 2 projects committed to the action, which are RMA Roadmap and Cardea. So what we've done, in order to start, we have organized 4 ad hoc workshops, 3 in 2023 and 1 in 2024, in order to cover each topic of each initiative with stakeholders and independent experts in order to recognize where we stand, but most importantly, where were the main challenges for us in order to achieve the main initiative that we set. So if you can go to the next slide. Here, I will just show you the main challenges that we found. First of all, of course, we found that there was still a lack of a definition of the profession, like an umbrella term that could cover all the research management profession. Then we had also a lack of understanding of the impact and the added value of the professionals. Then there was still the absence of a career competency framework for research managers. The access to trainings was unequally distributed within the era, most of the time for financial reasons. Then we had a high fragmentation of and a lack of visibility of existing associations and networks, a lack of resources, a lack of time, and a high turnover of human resources, because most of the time these human resources are voluntary people and professionals. And then we have also found that there's still a huge lack of career path and low salaries when it comes to the professionals of this profession. If you can go to the next slides, first of all, we started to work on one of the first main challenges, which was, to find an umbrella term in order to define the profession. So because we wanted to reach a basic consensus on research management definition that can be adopted to national and organizational context. So we shared a survey within the community. So we include a wide range of stakeholders, RM roadmap ambassadors, RM associations, networks of university research institutes, in order to ask them what was their preferred umbrella term that we could use at a European level. So you can go to the next slide. Here I'll show you the survey results. So you can see that research manager and administrator has been the umbrella term most chosen, let's say, most picked by the community, and also research manager. So these are now the terms that we use when we refer to the profession, research manager and administrator. Then what we worked on, if you go to the next slides, we worked on the development of a career competency framework for research managers. This was, again, one of the main challenges. So the two projects that I mentioned that are committed to the action, RM Roadmap and Cardea, together developed this competency framework. And I can tell you that now, after a range of consultations within us, the commission, but also ERA forum members and stakeholders, we arrived at a final document that will be soon adopted by the commission. I can tell you that it will be adopted next Monday. So this is a very, latest news. And when it will be adopted, of course, we will share it with the community, and you will find it on our EC webpage and also in our platform. Then next slides, we also worked and made progress on networking, which was one of the main initiatives set on the action. So RM Roadmap, one of the projects, developed this ambassador network. So nowadays we have 150 ambassadors covering 40 countries. And these ambassadors play a key role as community builders, because they establish and maintain national local communities for practice exchange, but they also gather input from national local community and feedback to the projects. And also they function as moderators to inform and co-create for future communities. And we has been held in last November, just that you know, already the third RM Roadmap Ambassador meeting. Then next slide, apologies. So we are also working on create an awareness raising campaign for the profession in order to promote the added value of this professional, because another challenge was that it's still not well recognized. So here internally, we are working with a contractor in order to create dissemination materials that now will, contribute to create this awareness raising campaign. So in order to do that, we shared a survey with the community, asking them to contribute with success stories from institutions and roles. So by middle June of the last year, we collected 75 success stories. And now with these success cases, we are going to create these dissemination materials. And in particular, I can tell you that we are going to create some PowerPoint PowerPoint presentation, a catalog containing all the stories, and also a testimonial video. So this is still an ongoing work, and we aim to finish around the summer, so Q3 of this year. Then next slide. This just to conclude what we have done, we also developed this European Research Area platform, if you are not aware already. So basically, this is a platform that contain the monitoring and all the main outputs of all the projects for each policy and each action for the current ERA policy agenda. So of course, we created also a web page containing all the information and the projects regarding research management. So you can access this platform, and for the time being, you can find the list of the RM ambassadors that I mentioned. You will find also a list of RM associations in Europe. And you will find also a video explanatory of RM Comp, the competency framework that will be launched next Monday. And I can also tell you that this is was launched last week. Also, the other project committed to the Action Cardea just launched at the Academy. So you will find also the Academy there. The Academy contains training modules for research managers. It contains 17 training modules that are open access, so everybody can access to these training modules, and each of the modules is given by an expert research manager of the area. So if you are research managers, this will be very, very useful. I very suggest you to go and check this academy. And if you go, I can also tell you that if you are able to go all through the 17 modules, you will also receive micro credentials from University of Macerata. So this is very interesting. And just to tell you that this is the platform that we created. So if you wanted to see all the projects, all the outcomes, everything that we are working on when it comes to Action 17, this is the entry point where you will find all the information that you need. Then next slide. Here, I'll just give you a little bit a preview on what will happen, what we are working for the future, because now, as you know, we are reaching the end of this current ERA policy agenda, which was 2022-2024, and now we're, of course, already working for the new one, 2025-2027. So what you can see here, these are the proposals that we that has been drafted for the next ERA policy agenda. And of course, you can see highlighted that we also draft a proposal for a new era for research management. But please remember that for the time being, these are just proposals that now they will need to take into consideration and be discussed before be adopted. So these are just proposals. And next slide. I can give you just a little bit of timeline here. So in September, there has been the last round of discussion of these 23 proposals. Now in Q1, the Commission will draft a Council recommendation, and then there will be negotiations within the Council, and just in Q2 2025, so just in May, the new ERA policy agenda will be adopted with the new proposal that will become new actions. So now we'll just, waiting for this internal procedure. And so just that, the next ERA policy agenda will be adopted in May, hopefully 2025. And this was the end of my presentation. I hope that was very useful for you. And if you go also to the next slides, please feel free to reach me via email. I'm always available to reply your questions or give additional information if you will need to. I'll thank you again, all of you, and the organizer, of course. And I wish you an enjoyable event and a joyful 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Giulia, for setting the frame, that also enlightening some of the details that are so relevant for this topic and so for this field. I wonder if there are any short questions from the audience. Okay. So then if not, then we'll reach out and we'll gather questions for later on and reach out to you, and we'll invite the audience to come up with anything that's interesting and relevant for them.
Of course, please do, please do. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you, Juliet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now I would like to, because there was a change in the agenda due to specific timing needs, so I would like to hand over the floor to Victoria Lakatos from our institute HITFA, who will present very shortly the details of the current project that hosts this event. Thank you.
Yes, so welcome everyone. Thanks for coming today. I'm Victoria, and I'm going to give you a brief overview of this project, which aims to empower research managers in the 4 Visegrad countries and the Western Balkan region. This project is supported by the International Visegrad Fund. It was established in 2000, so actually this year we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of this fund. And it was set up by the governments of the 4 Visegrad countries, Czechia, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. You can see them on the map as well. And it supports cooperation through grants, scholarships, and artist residencies. What is the goal of our project? Firstly, it aims to strengthen the network of research support of research professionals and research managers through knowledge exchange and capacity building activities and technology transfer in order to increase the competitiveness of the region in research and innovation. And you can see the project duration there. So it started 2 years ago, and it's about to finish at the end of this month. That's why we have this final conference, and you can see the project website there. So here. Who are the partners? This project is coordinated by HITFA Research Institute, and we have 6 valuable partners. The Czech Technological University in Prague, SARMA, which is the Serbian Association of Research Managers and Administrators. From Poland, we have the Silesian University of Technology. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have the University of Banja Luka. From Slovakia, we have the Slovak University of Technology in Bratislava. And last but not least, from Albania, we have the Sustainable Urban Planning Organization. And together, we were working on organizing the event and achieve the goals of the project. So what were these objectives? Here, I tried to summarize the objectives in these 5 pictures, and I would start with the one in the middle, this one, which looks like a figure with many hands, resembling an Indian goddess. And it refers to the many activities that research managers have to handle and manage. And if we move to the left, so how we do it, to help them in this process, to enhance, to provide them an enhanced skill set, and also to increase the visibility of what they or what you are doing within your institutions, but also between institutions, between research support offices, and also to gain a recognition and help to understand the profession better. By doing so, we would like to strengthen the network of research managers, and overall, if these are achieved, then this network can have a more active involvement in the research management related initiatives at the European Union level. how have we been doing this? By organizing conferences, trainings, webinars, and national workshops that most of you have participated. This is just a very quick overview of the activities we organized. The project kicked off with an opening conference in Bratislava 2 years ago in October. Then 3 training schools were organized. The first one in Belgrade, in the topic of financial planning and management of EU-funded projects. So this was a financial-focused training. The second one in Banja Luka, which was about how to effectively lead and organize research support activities. And the third one took place in Albania, Shkodër, about maximizing the impact of research results. And I brought a picture of all the 3 events, so you can recognize yourself. Can you just put up your hands if you were there on one of these training schools? Okay, I can see many hands. That's great. Thank you. I hope that you gained valuable experience. Then we also organized some webinars online. The first one was about intellectual property rights and technology transfer. It was organized by the Czech Technical University in Prague last March. And the second one was about project management tools, organized by the Silesian University of Technology. And I have pictures of the LinkedIn promotion here. So about the technology transfer one, you can recognize Ruženka Stemberkova, who is a well-acknowledged expert in this field of technology transfer. And regarding project management tools, you can recognize Dominika Rarok, who is also here with us today. So thank you. And there were other experts as well. Okay, and finally, we organized national workshops, 5 actually, in the partner countries. And on these workshops, institution leaders and policymakers were invited. And the aim was to discuss the state of play of these research support offices and what they need, what are the objectives, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and how the situation has changed for the better. And I also have some pictures of that. So this is a mosaic picture. We try to include one picture from all the countries. Okay, and now we have the final conference here. So what is the main objective of this conference today? First of all, to collect and present the results of the project. Then, of course, to discuss the outcomes of the national workshops. So I have my colleague here, Virag Zhar, who is going to talk about this. And also to mention some best practices and provide some policy recommendations. So there will be a roundtable discussion with stakeholders when these can be discussed. Another objective was to give you insights of European-wide initiatives related to research management. And finally, of course, to provide an opportunity to knowledge exchange and networking. So all is left for me is to wish you joyful and enjoyable conference. So please extend your networks, talk to each other, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to have 2 more presentations before the first coffee arrives. So please welcome Theodora Konak from EARMA, Head of Professional Development, who is going to tell us about RM-related European projects. And
Please, take the floor. The green one. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, and a very warm welcome from my side too. My name is Theodora Konach. I'm the head of professional development at the RMA, the European Association of Research Managers and Administrators. And it's fantastic to have the opportunity to be here with you. And thank you again for extending the invitation. It is my big pleasure and honor today to represent not only our association, but also to present to you some of the relevant EU-founded projects related to research management. So, very, very briefly, very shortly about ERMA. We represent over 270 institutions. We also have more than 300 individual members spread across more than 45 countries. And our main goal is to support professional development by networking, by providing resources, other opportunities, supporting initiatives. And I think that what reflects the best how vibrant and how dynamic and diverse ERMA is our thematic groups. Here you can see them. So currently we have 8 thematic groups with topics spread across research ethics, integrity, open science, culture, diversity, inclusion, impact, post-award project management, and AI tools, and of course the best practice thematic group. ERMA is also very active in the EU-founded projects, and we've started in a very active cooperation and collaboration already in 2019. Our flagship coordination project, the RM Roadmap, that already Julia has mentioned, and we will have also workshops tomorrow and presentations today, started in 2022 and is supposed to end successfully, hopefully this summer. I will talk briefly about the roadmap project, but there are work package leaders here who will also present our work more in detail. We are also very happy to share that next month we are starting a new coordination project, the RM Framework project, and I will also present it very briefly at the end of my talk. Also to mention that the RMA is a very active partner in many EU-founded projects, also listed here at the intersection of research ethics, research integrity, open science, and RRI, the responsible research and innovation. Not to repeat the slides of Julia, I promise I only have 2 ones, just to put us within a broader EU policy perspective. So I think all these actions, especially related to the EU-founded projects and research management, they are and they were possible because of the Council conclusions in 2020. And this was the very important moment for the whole research management community, when actually the EU and the member states, they've recognized for the very first time that there is a growing need for the professionalization of research managers. And this, in turn, has generated the need for a better understanding, for a better, clear overview of the landscape. And I think that we are all very much aware that the landscape is very fragmented, very diverse, not only at the national level, but also at the organizational and the institutional levels. These Council conclusions were translated into an actionable plan, and this we've seen already, as Julia mentioned, only from my side to highlight that the research management was explicitly mentioned also for the first time, and here there are the most important core elements of the so-called research management initiative, so upskilling, recognition, networking, capacity building. And this was also the moment when our coordination project, the RM Roadmap, has stepped in So the consortium was set to create framework conditions for research management to strengthen the European research area. This is a 36 months project. We have 8 consortium partners, and our overreaching goal was actually to identify the capital base of research management in Europe and in the widening countries. Our specific goals, very briefly as well, were actually to improve the capacity of research management by supporting the efficiency, and then also by unlocking more time for research, but also by securing the better alignment between research and policy and societal objectives. We have started our work, of course, with mapping the gaps and the challenges, and it is also important here for me to mention that we have done it within the research management community, but also with the research management community. And we have identified 4 categories that we wanted and we are addressing now in our project, and they do correspond not only to the goals of our project, but also to the ambitions of the Action 17. So it's a lack of training and networking opportunity, lack of appropriate career path, lack of enough capacity, and this all leads to the lack of recognition. So to inform our work and to sustainably generate the processes that were needed to generate the change within the system, we have also identified the main actors that we wanted to work with, to engage with. So, of course, the research management and administrators networks and national associations, but also the representatives of RPOs, so the research performing organizations, research funders, national governments, EU bodies and agencies, and researchers, and of course, last but not least, our sister project, CARDIA. And what is hopefully well highlighted on the slide, our idea from the very beginning was to generate an indirect impact. So we wanted to go system by system. We wanted, through this open and collaborative engagement, true participatory approach, to generate the impact and to generate the change that was needed within the landscape. Of course, then we had to develop methods to support these ambitious goals. And here we used a smart community platform just to support this broad and inclusive and open co-creation, and also to help to enable individuals and national networks and associations to participate. And we are very, very proud to report that the RM Roadmap Knowledge and Community Platform has gathered over 2,800 active contributors, which is an unprecedented scale. Also the contributions spread over almost 40 countries. And what we wanted to achieve, and we hope that we did achieve, was actually that we have facilitated both a bottom-up and a top-down approach, because our goal was also not only to enable this kind of co-creation, our goal was to then feed into the next ERA plan for 2025-27, feed in this output from the massive online co-creation sessions that we had. Very briefly also, we have planned and we have performed free. And here, as Julia also mentioned, I think it's very important for me to extend a massive thank you for all the RM Roadmap ambassadors. We had a vibrant group, a wonderful group of almost 150 participants and individuals, and only thanks to their work, their commitment, their enthusiasm, we were able to perform and to deliver these documents that were that are really based on the community's engagement experiences. And also just to highlight, so the results from the first co-creation session on understanding the landscape, national networks and associations. Here we have gathered 36 country consensus documents. They're all available online, also with an executive summary. The next session that we had on the topic, who are research managers, skills and competences. Here, in addition to the national communities, we had also the so-called thematic groups, and 4 of them have also developed and submitted their consensus reports. Thematic groups where the research evaluation and assessment, research knowledge and technology transfer offices, pre-awards or research grant offices or advisors, and research impact. The third co-creation session on the career development framework, it's still ongoing, so please do follow the link or the QR code. You can still provide your input and your feedback until the 4th of February. Also, very briefly, another key document developed within our project is the RM Catalog of Professional Development Opportunities. And here we are very happy that we have collaborated with the Caldea project, so the data, the results, fed into the so-called online dashboard for research managers. I would also like to draw your attention to this possibility, to this option. You can access a lot of insightful, valuable data and with some helpful visualization. So this was a very fruitful collaboration with our sister project Caldea. Again, what we still have planned until the end of our project, we will still have a so-called trainer link workshop. And on the 6th of February here, please, the registration is still open if you would like to connect to network and also to explore available RM training providers and trainers. And one of our also main key outputs will be the so-called value proposition on research management profession. And here we would like to invite you to join the online consultation workshop that will take place on the 14th of February. It is designed first, in the first part we will briefly present the drafted document, actually documents, and then in the second part we will have an experts panel discussion with our chair, Dipti Pandya, also with the Secretary General of VERUN, so the Young European Research Universities Network, Silvia Gomez, and also with representatives of RPOs, research funders, and researchers. All additional information is available on our project's website, and there are many more resources, templates, and deliverables. We have already 13 deliverables, over 500 pages if someone is willing and curious to read what we have produced. And at this occasion, of course, last but not least, I would really like to thank the wonderful coordination team at RMA, my colleagues who could not join us today, unfortunately, Janina Bau and Lorenzo Molina. And as I've mentioned also before, we are very pleased to inform that we are starting a new project, the RM Framework project. And here within this project, we will develop a handbook creating standards and guidelines for research management training in Europe. Then we will pilot test it. Here we have a consortium of 16 institutions, and I'm very happy to be here because also we are very excited that the Corvinus University is one of our pilot testers and also very active partner in our project. And this project will kick off on the 10th of February with the duration of 24 months. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, or during the coffee break? During the coffee break, thank you.
Thank you, Theodore. I would like to encourage everyone to use the opportunity and use that coffee break that's shortly coming up and ask questions, get into the flow, learn the opportunities around. We are also going to share these presentations because there is a lot of valuable information on these slides. So we are going to circulate them, and you can check out the details that you may not have had the time to take proper notes right now. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Borbála Schenk, from the NRDIO, the head of Department for International Affairs, who is a crucially important stakeholder in not only the Hungarian, but also in the international RM framework and arena. So please, Bori, come.
I'm just checking. Oh, yeah, there it is. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. And before I delve into my topic today, please let me have some personal remarks. Research management is, I can say, passion and also a pet project for me in the position I am holding today as well. But if I take a look back to the previous years, maybe it is almost like 8, 10 years. It's like getting more and more difficult to count. When I have been involved in research management in various positions. I was also an RMA board member, and I was just starting as the secretary of one of the committees, the Policy and Representation Committee. Then I became the chair of the committee. Then I was the member of the board. So as a junior research manager, I was basically going through all these steps. And in the meanwhile, I was a member of the Best Practice Network, and I'm very happy to see familiar faces. And also, we with NRDIO participated a bit in the V4+WB project. So research management has been always somewhere in my professional activity and interest, and I am always very happy to use the occasion to support this community. I am, as Renata mentioned, the head of the Department for International Affairs at the National Research Development and Innovation Office. And I just would like to say a few words about what this office is. The National Research Development and Innovation Office is the main research funding body of Hungary. We are affiliated to the Ministry for Culture and Innovation. And as you know, from the experience in your own countries, the research funding agencies are not only providing funding, not only launching and managing calls that support researchers, companies, research managers, but these agencies, these offices have a real potential to influence how researchers think about it. Just think about the European Commission as a research funding agency. What the European Commission did for the spreading of the open science values, for the gender equality plan, for the data management, for the exploitation of research results. And this is basically how research funding agencies work. When they are issuing calls, of course, the main objective is to fund research, but at the same time, the research funding agencies are conveying values, reinforcing values, and shape the way researchers think about their own research or companies think about their own innovation activities. I would like to show you very briefly the John von Neumann program, which is a strategic document for the Hungarian research development and innovation sphere. This document sets forth the main focus areas for the Hungarian RDI activities for the upcoming 2 years. This document was adopted in 2023. And what I would like to show you, what I would like to call your attention here is that this document puts emphasis on the impact of research. So as we, the funding agency, work on the basis of this strategic document, it is very important for us that the research activities we are funding should have real impact in society. As a funding agency, we work on the basis of annual program strategies. I just would like to show you the 3 basic pillars of this program strategy: corporate innovation programs. We are offering researchers a comprehensive support for a full research careers, for early career researchers to well-known, very prestigious senior researchers, and the portfolio that is the most important from my perspective and for your perspective is the internationalization of the Hungarian RDI ecosystem, with many calls supporting the Hungarian researchers to engage in international collaborations in Europe and beyond. I would like to show you my team. So we are the Department for International Affairs, and what we are doing basically is we are managing the international core portfolio of the funding agency. We are coordinating and also fulfilling the Horizon Europe National Contact Point roles. We represent Hungary in the Horizon Europe Program Committee, program committees. I am the member of the Strategic Program Committee. My colleagues are the member of the sectoral program committees. We are managing a new research funding scheme called Horizon. We are overseeing the government guarantee fund that supports the model changing universities. We are the contact people internationally and nationally for the European co-fund schemes. And also we have an overview and we are coordinating the ERA involvement of Hungary. So that's a lot on our plate. And with all these activities, we still have time and energy and creativity to be the catalyst of the research management initiative in Hungary, because we find it that important. So regarding the Hungarian, my first topic would be what the Hungarian presidency wanted and what we managed to achieve. And I am concentrating on the topics that you, research managers, and representatives of pioneering countries can be the most interested in. So when we started the Hungarian presidency, regarding the research, development, and innovation priorities, it was a #1 priority for us to address the fragmentation of the European research area, to reduce the innovation gap, and to reinforce the research and innovation cooperation. As I showed you our portfolio, we have direct information, direct experience how this fragmentation has an effect on both our national RDI ecosystems, but also on the competitiveness of the whole research, development, and innovation ecosystem in Europe. So that was a very important priority for us regarding our research, development, and innovation portfolios. In the high-level meetings we organized in the Hungarian presidency, we have the EU research ministers informal meeting. We had an ERAC, which is the European Research Area Committee, plenary meeting. We also had the Competitiveness Council in Brussels in November, where the research innovation ministers of the respective member states were there, and also the Commission. So in all these high-level meetings, we were addressing these topics. We put them on the agenda, and I'm just going to get back to it. Yeah, so these 3 most important documents that we set on the agenda, the aims, the principles, were always put on the agenda of the high-level meetings we organized as EU Council President. So if we take a look at these Council documents, these Council conclusions, so when a country holds the presidency, that country has a sphere of play to influence the agenda of what documents should be or could be adopted by the Council of the European Union. And these were the 3 Council conclusions we had on our agenda. And I would like to call your attention to the first one, which is Council conclusions on strengthening the competitiveness of the European Union and overcoming the fragmentation of the European research area based on the experience of the implementation of the ERA policy agenda. That is a key document, and it is a key success of the Hungarian presidency that we managed to get this document adopted. And my great colleague, Virag, is here. You will hold, I think, a presentation later. So Virag and her colleague, Livia, played a major role in making the adoption of this document possible. And I would like to quote the 16th point of this document. So this is basically a consensus document by all the member states. Stresses the importance of opening up and reinforcing Europe-wide networks of researchers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and research managers and support professionals to enable better circulation of knowledge, ideas, and people. So when we started discussing the draft of this document, there was a whole Hungarian team behind this, from colleagues from the Ministry for Culture and Innovation, the science attachés in Brussels, and my team at the National Research Development and Innovation Office. So we were putting deliberately their research managers and support professionals from the very beginning. And when member states wanted these wording, these quotes to be taken out from the text, we deliberately put them back to make sure that the work and the added value of research managers is getting acknowledgement in this major document that shapes the European research area's future directions. So I'm very proud of that we made it, and it was key importance for us in this document. I just go back a bit to this slide. So during the Hungarian presidency, we had two major documents incoming. One was a bit before the Hungarian presidency started, but the analysis, the discussions about the European competitiveness set forth in the Letter report and reinforced by the Draghi report were basically taking place during the Hungarian presidency. And regarding research, development, and innovation, we found it very important to highlight in this another key document, which is the Budapest Declaration on the Competitiveness of the European Union, that research and innovation is key for boosting the European competitiveness. So we were trying to guide this discussion to the direction that research, development, and innovation should have the place it deserves in the European competitiveness discussions. I would like to just highlight these three conferences we organized under the Hungarian presidency. One was the Week of Innovative Regions in Europe. The other was the Skills Development for Smart Specialization. And the third one, towards a strengthened European cooperation in brain health research. So if you can take a look at the dates, you can see and feel that we had a really busy November and December last year. And we were very proud that we organized these conferences in cooperation with the European Commission. These were major European science and innovation policy conferences on their respective fields. If I can just go and address my second topic of my presentation, I would like to say a few words about the ERA actions and how the ERA policy agenda developed in these previous months. Of course, the ERA policy agenda had a major backup. The development of the ERA policy agenda had a major reinforcement in this council conclusion I just showed you in that previous slide. And I know that you also had a presentation about ERA Action 17, so I'm not going to go into details. I just would like to highlight some key points. So for Hungary, it was very important from the very beginning that we would be involved in ERA Action 17. We were one of the sponsors for Action 17. I was there on many meetings, Virag was there. So we, and with other colleagues, we try to make sure that that action has a real operation, it works, it engages stakeholders, and it produces results. And when the discussions for the new ERA policy agenda started, this ERA action had a really good place to start when the Commission, in cooperation with the Member States, started to assess which agendas, which topics should continue in the new ERA policy agenda. So in Hungary, we used this great opportunity provided by the ERA policy agenda and the Commission to make sure that our effort in Hungary, in the country, are backed by this whole European effort, and we can utilize the lessons learned, we can utilize all the products and results of this ERA Action 17. What's next for ERA? I'm sure you already know that, but just for a very brief summary, the new ERA policy agenda is to be adopted under the Polish presidency, to my latest knowledge. And as far as I know, and my colleague informed me, who represented Hungary in these discussions, that the research management action in some form, but in its topic, will continue in the new ERA policy agenda, which is, I think, a major success, because this is not necessarily how we started, but year by year we managed to make sure that the message goes through. Okay, the process, the draft of the new policy agenda is currently being finalized by the Commission. That is what I know, and I am very proud that the research management action agenda in some form will be in the new ERA policy agenda as well. Regarding, well, I added the title at Hungarian Research Management Initiative, but this initiative, this set of activities contain many different types of smaller, like minor and bigger scale initiatives in Hungary. So as I mentioned, we took the Action 17 goals as a starting point, and well, we cannot really shy away from seeing the personal factor that by 2022-23, there was a real critical mass of great research managers in Hungary, and there was a real need for doing something together, to meet, to network. And when I took the position of head of department in NRDIO, we, with my colleagues, started to catalyze this initiative in Hungary. We were organizing research management meetups. We were establishing a research management community operative group. And we started to be visible. We organized events at the day of the National Day of Science in Hungary to call the attention of the research innovation stakeholders that we are here to help, we are here to support you, and with our support, you can achieve real success in your own area. So we started to put this community together, to organize fora, to meet, to network. We organized this operative group.
and which is another catalyst of this bigger Hungarian research management community. And slowly but surely, maybe not that slowly, but surely, we started to become more and more visible as a profession in the Hungarian research community. I just listed here, some events we organized: first, second, third, fourth research management meetup. The fourth is to come. And we are very happy to have already 2 volunteers for the upcoming events. It means that the universities themselves feel the need to participate in this initiative. We had operative group meetings, and another operative group meeting will come in February. Here you can see some photos of the critical mass we have, and the community is growing and growing. We are very proud of that. And as my last slide, I'd like to just jump back very quickly to what I said when I was introducing the funding agency. I said that the funding agencies have, I wouldn't say power, but have capacity, have potential to shape how researchers think about their own research. And at the National Research Development and Innovation Office, I would like to say 2 examples when we conveyed the message for the researchers and the universities that research management is very important. One example is when we were launching our large-scale international research excellence program called Horizon. In the conditions of the program, it was obligatory for the applicants and for the winners of the projects to have project managers for their projects. This is not a very widespread thing to set forth, but we found it very important to convey the message that a project management professional is important for managing and operating these nationally funded calls. And the last one, I'm especially proud of that. We launched the call in 2024 and hope and expect to launch it again in 2025, which was called Networking Plus. And this call funds universities, Hungarian universities and research institutions in getting involved in the work of European research, of European professional associations like IRMA, for example. We do hope that we can support many Hungarian universities joining IRMA. And also we plan to support the participation of research managers also in professional activities abroad with the help of this call, to make sure that we help our research managers within Hungary, but also help them to step out to the international sphere as well. Thank you very much for your attention. My apologies, but I have to rush back to the office. I cannot stay for the coffee break, but I would like to thank the organizers again for inviting me, and I would also like to congratulate the project for having such great results at the end of these years of working together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, just before we let Borbála go, I would like to ask the audience if we have any questions, either to her or to Theodora, just to make sure that we can make good use of their knowledge and presence here. So please, any questions?
Hello, Ondřej Hradil from Masaryk University. I have actually 2 questions. And so first question is about the Hungarian research managers. Is it sort of the events you mentioned, they take place only in Budapest or also around? And the second question, would be concerning the Budapest Declaration, and what you personally and you as the representative of the funding agency believe in, whether it will become a reality in Hungary, in other countries, or just it's another blah blah thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. And let me address the first one, it's a bit easier, okay? So these research management gatherings are not only in Budapest. So the last one was in Gödöllő, for example, which is not very far from Budapest, but still not Budapest. And we strive towards turning this into a kind of a roadshow to visit our research manager colleagues in Pécs, in Szeged, in Debrecen. So we are open to their applications to host a research management meetup in the future. So that was my answer to your first question. The second question is, I think it's a very valid question, because the presidencies, and not only the presidencies, but these high-level meetings always produce many declarations, announcements, all these types of documents. And when we think about their real value, I would say that, that these declarations are points of reference. And in this sense, for example, there was a Bonn declaration on the academic freedom of researchers, okay, which was in 2012, sometime around. I just cannot, but the point is, it's not the point when it was, but that declaration also had similar wording as all the other declarations. It was about values, it was about member states strive to, it was about member states find important to, all these types of phrasing. But still, since it was adopted, it is a point of reference that once the European community found it important to get together and say together that these values are important. So I believe that this Budapest Declaration will be a point of reference. And when it is about the implementation, the European implementation or the national implementation, the values that this declaration states will provide some kind of a direction. I don't know whether this was a satisfying answer, but I truly believe that these declarations have this kind of value-setting role. Thank you. Sorry, can you please wait for it?
Excuse me. Did your ministry or government receive initiative from academic community for recognition of RMI profession?
Sorry, which community?
From academic community, from researchers. Did your government, your ministry, received initiative from researchers, academic community for recognition of RMI profession? Or you started this activity?
Thank you for this question. I think that the simple question is no, we haven't, but not that I know of. But if I may elaborate on that, I am not actually certain that this type of initiative would be or would have been the right way to address the lack of acknowledgement of research management within the research community. The strategy what we took was to show how important this community is, was to involve researchers in our events, and as the National Research Development and Innovation Office supported this initiative and catalyzed this initiative, it provided an additional visibility for the researcher community as well. But we were always inviting researchers, university top management representatives to our events to make sure that the message is spreading. So yes and no, or no and yes.
Understand, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask one question from Theodora, whether you are updated on the figures regarding ERMA membership, especially from this region, so the Visegrad and the Western Balkan region. How do you see the participation of these institutions, if you have any data on that?
I have to say, Virek, I looked it up. We're still collecting the most recent numbers, but it's definitely growing. If this is, so the number has grown significantly in the last 2 years. I would not dare to give it a more specific number. I'm sorry for that. But definitely from Hungary, yes, there are quite some new members, also at the individual levels. Because I'm also half Polish, so I'm always trying to see how is the Polish representation. I have to say, still quite modest. So I know that there are colleagues from Poland here too, so I would personally hope to see also more representatives from these countries. Sorry, I'm not very specific, but I can check it up and then I can put it on my slides, if this will be then better. Thanks, Virek, for that.
We let Borbála go and thank her and Theodora and also Julia, their valuable contributions to this event. So thank you so much. And you can still catch Theodora at the coffee break or lunch. Very shortly before we break for the coffee break, I would like to tell you a couple of things about today's agenda or program, which is something that I should have done at the very beginning of this event, but we were a bit too conscious of time, and I skipped this task. So we are going to have a coffee break now, and then 2 further presentations are coming up. Virag Zhar and Edwin Cantors are going to share their views with us. And then, hopefully around noon, we are going to have a networking lunch, which is a simple sandwich buffet here at the Aula. If you walk around here, I would like to ask you just to look up and look around a bit. I'm an alumna of Corvinus University, so I'm really fond of this building. It's a building of history, a building of research and education, so just give it a short attention to check out the main features of it. And then in the afternoon, we are going to start after the lunch with a roundtable session with the key stakeholders about the future of research management in our partner countries. And then we are going to have a presentation about the ethical use of AI in research management here in this room. Then we break for a coffee break, and by that time, hopefully, Linda Kapustova-Helbihova will arrive here, who is Executive Director of the International Visegrad Fund, and she's going to address us here in this room at 3 o'clock. And then in the afternoon, after that, we are going to have some parallel sessions. The HETFA colleagues will show you around where the other rooms are, where you can find the parallel sessions ongoing. So that's more or less the agenda of the day. We are going to finish here at Corvinus at around 5:15. So with that said, having said, I would like to ask you to join us for the coffee break and keep up, or at least start or keep up, depending on where you are at this stage, the networking, the discussing, the debating, and the talking. Thank you. Okay, I would like to ask everyone to settle, sit down. You can hold your coffee or get comfortable. And then we would continue with this morning session after the coffee break. Hopefully everyone is woken up and risen up and had a good chit-chat with the colleagues. Now in the next presentation we are going to have Virag Zhar's ideas, visions, and views on the future of research and management. So please, Virag, take the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope everyone can hear me well. Oh, this is not my presentation, or not the current one, so if you could change it, I would really appreciate it. So just a technical moment, we have to check the presentation.
So during this short technical intervention, I would like to ask the project participants to check their emails, if possible, because we are going to convene in the evening and have a networking event, and the details and the location of that is going to be shared with you via your email. If you don't receive it or you can't access your mails, please contact our colleagues at the reception, and they'll guide you and share with you the details of this networking event in the evening. So please, all project partners, check your mails or contact my colleagues regarding where to go to get some further discussion with a good dinner tonight. Thanks.
So thanks to the colleagues, we got to the right presentation. There is a multiple of that when I present the RM roadmap results, so it's easy to get lost among them. So just very briefly to introduce myself, for those who don't know me yet, I think it's only a very few people. Currently I'm working as a research attaché at the Hungarian Permanent Representation in Brussels. I was involved in the Hungarian presidency as it was introduced by Borbála. I was the Hungarian team member based in Brussels who was leading the research working party and who were heavily involved in the drafting of the council documentations mentioned, and one of them explicitly involving research managers and the capacity building and skill development necessary for them. But besides that, basically, I was previously working in HITFA, and I'm planning to return to HITFA. And as Bori also said, research management is a passion. So even during my Brussels time, I couldn't leave this profession completely. And I also regard myself a research manager there, but at the policy level currently. So this is why I could get the chance to still stay involved in the RM Roadmap project and lead Work Package 1, which is focused on mapping the European research management landscape and mapping who are research managers, what do they do, and what are the basic features of the development of this profession. In my presentation, I will provide only some glimpse about the main findings. You will be able to find out more on the website. And if oh yes, this is it. So this survey was running in the frame of the RM Roadmap project, and it was also referred by our colleague at the European Commission. Some of the results has been already taken upon by the European Commission that we are super proud of. But what is important, you see here the basics features, so it was basically running for a bit more than a half year, but to tell you some background, previously there were some international efforts done by the colleagues who were running surveys under the title Research Administration as a Profession. 3 rounds of surveys were issued thanks to these super enthusiastic colleagues, and quite some responses could have been were actually collected by them from Europe as well, but as I said, it was an international effort. Then even HITFA ran a survey in 2019, mainly among the best prac cost action members, Then we had the sister project of Roadmap, who was also running a survey. But what I can proudly say is that basically our survey is the one who managed to reach the biggest number of European research managers. And based on this, we can already not only say some very important findings and some very important recommendations for the future of this profession, but we can also see some trends. As much as possible, I will try to refer to this. One important aspect, as I said, both the whole survey database, the anonymized database, of course, is available on Figshare. So if you are interested to learn a bit, to play with the results, it is completely possible for anyone. But you can also find on this Figshare a kind of a longer presentation of the results. And for this presentation, I try to highlight some key aspects, and also if there were any differences between the total respondent sample and the Visegrad Western Balkan countries, I also tried to highlight it. And last but not least, just before you completely get bored with the data that I bring to you, I can tell you and I can promise you that the next presentation after me will be more funny and more colorful and more referring to the real characters of research managers, but I would say that these are also still important to learn and interesting. So let's start. Who we are talking about? So who are research managers? So what we have seen in our respondents is that basically now we can find them all over Europe. And what we can also see that I would say that our sample is quite representative regarding how many research managers work in Western Northern European countries versus in our countries. So of course we could reach out less people from Central, Eastern Europe, Western Balkan countries. But I would say that based on these different proportions, our sample is quite representative. So, of course, we cannot say very, very strong and evidence-based and well-based statements. Still, it shows very good indications. No surprises, this is a profession which is basically dominated by female professionals. Our survey completely confirmed all the previous results. So even if we are working in this research and innovation environment, the majority of the work is done by females, whereas we have super nice male colleagues as well. What we can also tell about our colleagues, our research manager colleagues, is that they are very, very highly educated. As you can see, almost half of them has doctoral degree, almost half of them has at least master's degree. So it is said that basically most of them have finished the university studies, even if they haven't gone farther. And our sample is also nice with regards that I would say that even the career entrance, so the early career RMAs, is very well represented. So we have almost 30% of those who spent less than 5 years in the profession, but the rest is very well experienced. So I would suppose that they very well know the dynamics within the institutions and within the countries regarding this profession. And what if we check their expertise regarding research management, or not the expertise actually, but their training, their background, education? What we see is basically that a bit more than 60% of them doesn't have any certificate in the profession that they are working in. So what does this mean? You just get in the profession and you learn it in your daily work. You learn from your senior colleagues, or you just learn on your own because you have to do it. So there is, however, a nice tendency that more and more people tend to have the ERMA certificate in research management, or there are also some programs at the universities where people can learn actually and can graduate as research managers, but this is super, super low proportion. So what we still see is that people just jump in the profession and learn it on their own and on their daily work, which is something kind of not surprising in a case of the emerging profession, but this is definitely something that we have to change if we want to move towards professionalization. And what if we ask these research managers about what are their expectations to advance in their careers? So how they see their potential career path, if there is any. Generally, there is no career path. I will come back to this. But if they are asked, okay, what do you see? What is the most probable for you? Basically, there are two major options that they highlighted. They either go for leadership position in their institution, so like leading the research support office, leading a research department, whatever, or they move to another organization. And this is something really, really important that we and also institution leaders have to understand, that once they invest a lot in these persons and what these people try to learn as much as possible to be in their profession, if they don't see that they can get the promotion, they will just go to another organization, and mainly private organizations, because as consultants they will get much higher salaries than in public research performing organizations. So I think this is a very, very important message. Then we also asked about them regarding their membership in research management associations, or whether they have at least visited any of them. I wouldn't highlight all these, but what is interesting that here there is definitely a positive trend, because when we had our survey in 2019, by that time, basically 32% of them said that they have membership in any kind of research management association. So whether it is a European Research Management Association, whether it is a national one, whether it is a TT association, whatever, 32% said that yes, they have. Now, as you see, more than double of them have membership in any kind of associations, and out of this, 32% has membership in ERMA. The number is slightly lower for the Visegrad Western Balkan region, but there what I have seen, and this is a really big reference I think for the Czech colleagues, that from the whole Visegrad Western Balkan sample, 30% of the colleagues said that they are member of TARMA, which is the Czech Association for Research Managers, and which has been launched just a few years ago, but already you see the numbers. I hope that I can report the same number for the Serbian colleagues, and I really hope that other countries will come up with their own associations in the near future as well. As regards visiting the events of any associations, you again see that there is a very, very high number in the total sample that they have visited either ERMA, INORMS, or any national associations events, while basically it's half of them from the Visegrad countries went to these events. So this is something that we really have to boost again in the next year. Where do these professionals work? Where do research managers work? Just very quickly to say that I'm also proud that we could reach out those professionals who are not necessarily working in universities, but research funding organizations, private companies, and others. There are slight differences if you check regarding the type of employer organizations. So in our region, slightly less people work at universities and more at research institutions, or they are just entrepreneurs, advisors, running their own businesses. Not a big difference, but still is there. And if we check that at which level do they work within the organization, there are also some differences. So as you see, more people from Europe in general work at the central office, whereas less from the Visegrad countries. While in the Visegrad countries, research managers more of them are working at this non-central service department, meaning this administrative section. So they have still not so much separated from the administrative or financial units of the institutions. Not a big sample, I have to underline, but still there is this difference. And then what do they do?
So what are the areas that they are covering? It was important for us because, as Julia mentioned from the Commission, that it's very hard to define research management. And we thought that if we see what kind of areas research managers cover, then we can get a little bit closer to the definition of this profession. And what you see here basically is that most research managers work in pre-award and post-award phases of the funded project. However, again, a positive tendency or a tendency that shows how funding requirements are changing and getting more complicated. There are a lot of other fields where they are active, starting with strategy, policy development, supporting, organizing and delivering research support, providing training for researchers, working with international collaboration, institution branding, and so on and so forth. Adding to this, so regarding the types of areas, we also have to see that most research managers generally cover 2, 3, 4, or even 5 different areas from the previous list. So they cannot focus only on one area, but they have to have the expertise, the knowledge, and the skills to support other areas as well. So several cases, they have to be on top with pre-award, they have to be with research strategy, they have to be on top with intellectual property management issues, and so on and so forth, which is again something important when we are designing trainings for them or we are trying to find out how we could create a career path for them. And then what is interesting to see again, and I also see some positive trend here with this regard, so what kind of jobs they are doing, what we see is that they are more and more focusing only on research management, so they don't combine this role with other, like doing research and research management in the same time, or doing financial administration and research management, things like that. What is interesting that for the V4 countries it's even higher, that they are employed in some kind of category that can be understood as research manager. And for the contract type, I also see a very positive example, but because in previous surveys, a more higher proportion of these people complain that they have only fixed-term contracts, so they are employed on project basis, and they really don't see what will happen when the project will end, or their employment is depending on the projects which are coming in. And now what we see is basically 74% of them have permanent contract, and these proportions are the same for the Visegrad and Western Balkan countries. So this is why I put only this one. So again, there is more stability, there is probably more strategic vision on the institutional side, but still there is room for development. And yeah, actually, here you see what kind of employment, so whether they work in full-time, part-time, or they are self-employed. There are slight differences. More people are working in part-time in Western European countries, less in other European countries. It's just an interesting feature to evaluate further. But another crucial issue, how much extra time is worked and done by a research manager, and whether it is recognized. And actually what we see here is that basically half of them said that they are kind of requested to work overtime, no surprises with the deadlines, with all the different responsibilities that they have. And not much of them report that it is recognized. So if you check the gray, it is only the gray who say that extra time is paid. And the orange says it is not recognized, not valued, it cannot be converted. So it's still quite a big majority, which again underlines that we need passion to make this job properly and to be able to stay in this profession. And okay, now here we arrive to the point, how research managers get into this profession and why do they stay there. So what are the reasons, what are the roots, and what are the motivations? I wouldn't list all of them, there are a multitude of reasons, but the most typical is that they felt that there is a skill match So they checked the vacancy and they said that, okay, I can do this, so they applied for the job. Or almost half of them said that they were researchers or they had some academic positions and then moved to research managers. We know quite some colleagues having this path. But there are almost a similar proportion of people who said that, okay, there was an open position, I got it, and I'm still here. And why do they stay there? So what are the reasons? Generally, we are not only passionate about our work, but also about working in the academia, supporting science, supporting innovation, knowledge creation, and also working together in teams. So these are the most important factors, but there are some others which are also interesting. And these are very important to keep the people there because they suffer from the fact that there is generally unclear career frameworks. So as I said, no real career paths. They have to change organizations, they have to review, or they have to be very proactive to move forward. They are often asked to do things beyond the job because there is a lack of understanding what they could do, what they should do. But they are just, okay, please come to this meeting, please take the notes, please test, and things like that, which can be really embarrassing. And of course, the low professional recognition, no reward, no recognition. Research managers' names are generally not appearing on any proposals, on any good practice projects. They generally don't hold presentations, how successful they were. So yeah, these are crucial factors that they have to cope with unless they move, and it is also quite frequent. And then arriving to the last topic, I would say, so how can you find these people? Because as I said, it's still not recognized, so it's not so frequent to have your job title as research manager, though it is getting more and more recognized. So again, a positive trend, but still not enough. So what we have seen in the survey, that basically there were more than 1,000 raw titles that people inserted. So we asked them to put the English name of your raw title. Some even didn't know it. And there were a really, really big majority of different kind of versions. Most commons were the project manager, research project manager, but there were many advisors, consultants, administrative staff, administrators, specialists, So there is a really big diversity here. And if we don't know how we call ourselves, how the other colleagues would know it, what we do, what they can expect from us, what the institutional leadership would know, what to do, what to expect from these people, and what kind of impact these people could generate. So basically, they also asked our research managers that what do they think about what would be the most proper umbrella term, collective term at the European level to be used. And as you see, there are very, very slim differences between research manager and as administrator and research manager. So basically, I would say now more and more people are being aware what these mean. At policy level, it seems that since the council documentations from the beginning refer to research managers, it can hardly be changed. So we will have to live with this, but as soon as institutional leaders, policymakers at different level understand this and understand what is behind, it's getting better, and it will be a kind of pathway for further developments in the field. So just to bring here the regional differences again, this is coming basically also from the survey, so which country groups preferred which title. As you see here, there are even differences within the countries, within the country groups. In Northern Europe, they most prefer research advisor, research support professional. In Western Europe, it's rather research manager, RMA. In non-EU countries, and especially the Turkish colleagues and the Western Balkan colleagues, brought this knowledge technology management professional, because that profession is much in advance regarding professional development there, but also other understanding of this support feature can be understood in the differences. So when we have to come to suggest a European term that could be used we would say that research manager or RMA could be the most proper one because it's now getting more and more understood. But it doesn't mean that in every country you have to use it, but you have to use something that is more adjusted to the national realities. Okay, so that was it from my side. Just really as some conclusions, as I said, this was the greatest number of responses from Europe ever. Sometimes it was super hard to find any correlations, which means that it's a general picture all over Europe, even if the profession is, we would thought that it's more developed in Western Europe, Northern Europe. No, it's, in many cases it's not the case. And colleagues over there also have the same difficulties regarding recognition, regarding getting opportunity for going for trainings, things, and so on and so forth. But there are positive trends, I would say, even though it takes time and it needs further work. But we can talk about that, but we can conclude that if we work further on it, we will get it. But what is important is not only to work for recognition, being recognized by others, but it is also very important to get the self-recognition that every colleague knows that what they are doing is basically an important job. It's an emerging profession and it has an impact at the European level in the research and innovation ecosystem. So thank you a lot for your attention, and you will be able to find my slides on the website or disseminate it, whatever, and I really encourage you to check the database and play further with the figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Virag. I think that you'll get the opportunity to ask questions and discuss the details with Virag, both after the next presentation and also in the lunch break. So now I would like to ask Edwin Kanters from the Utrecht University to share us the funny bits, as it was promised, about the RM future perspectives. Thanks.
Yeah, it might be funny, but it's definitely very serious. So before I start, I would like to just present something, two short stories, just to make sure that you that I don't lose half of the audience during my presentation. So one is, I am, let's say, from a university in the Netherlands, from Utrecht. But I do understand the differences that there are within countries, and especially also within widening, or even within, let's say, our old Western countries. So, I mean, half a year ago, I went to Cambridge University, and people at my university said, you know what, we should be more like Cambridge. We should be, let's say, focusing on excellence and other stuff. And I went to Cambridge, and they have 35 schools. They have a zillion faculties and departments. And basically, they have half of the students that we have, accounting for a large proportion of their research budget. And they have a lot of land. They have a castle. You can't even compare universities with each other. So basically, it is being at your A game, at your own organization, within your own culture, and with your own system. So my presentation, I hope, at the end, will make you think about self-recognition, your own position with your own organization, and within your own country, and within your own possibilities. Another thing is, so Victoria asked me what should I talk about? I asked her, what should I talk about? And she said, you know, you are external collaboration officer, so you can talk about your own job. I said, no, I'm not going to talk about my own job. I'm going to talk about something else. So I thought to combine a couple of things that combined might sound a bit wonky, but I do want to combine them because I think they are important and they are connected to each other. So just going through my presentation to make sure I don't lose you all, is I first will talk about unicorns. yeah, why unicorns, right? Some of you might think, well, I come up with that. I ask a really trusted platform about unicorns, so we'll go into that as well. I will talk about changes within the university environment and within academia, and I will talk about our role as research managers and administrators, ending with some practical stuff that you can use on your researchers. So basically that's it. And before I start, I also would like to thank the organizers for having me, because I am really thrilled to be again in Budapest. And I've been at so many meetings in Eastern Europe, and I really like to be connected to the research managers community of Eastern Europe. So let's start off. Unicorns, right? So I asked Copilot, our trusted AI friend, why unicorns, and why should you call RMA a unicorn? The idea is that we are often called unicorns, that's what Copilot says, because we possess unique and rare combinations of skills and qualities that's hard to find in one person. So we navigate administrative tasks, we bridge gaps, we have skills, a lot of skills. So, in my view, it might sound funny, but in my view, we are the unicorns within our organization trying to create possibilities, landing grants, making sure that we comply, etc., etc. Now, have you encountered any unicorns? Copilot asked me, yeah, duh. I mean, there are a lot of unicorns here in the room. AI-generated content may be incorrect. I don't believe that in this case, right? So, characteristics of a unicorn. Exceptional soft skills, leadership, communication, problem solving, continuous learning mindset, looking for new knowledge, enhancing professional growth and extraordinary value for the organization. And I think that is especially true for us as research managers. And I think we're also looking for extra knowledge, and that's why we're here, right? And that's why these projects are running, and that's why they are also very successful. So moving on, that's why unicorns, right? Victoria asked me to present, and the mistake that she made is that she asked somebody from one of the most rebellious universities in the whole of Europe, which is Utrecht University. We step out of rankings. We have no distinction between academic staff and research support staff. We basically we thrive on open science. We do interdisciplinary research, etc., etc. So I consider ourselves a little bit rebellious. So what actually is changing? And again, right, this is all going in different paces at different universities. But what I see around me is that we have open science, we have recognition reward, we have diversity, equity, and inclusion, not anymore in the US, by the way, but that's a different story. We have the digital transformation. AI becomes very important within research, but also in research support. We tend and we try to become more sustainable and have a more connection to society, interdisciplinary research and security. So within academia, there is a lot of things are changing. Again, not in every country in the same pace. It depends on culture. I think if you are going to the Netherlands and you talk about open science and you like open science, you will be thrilled. But not everywhere it's going in the same direction. But I think change is inevitable, especially because of our connection to society and our role as university within society. So, one example. Within our university, we don't have any distinction between academic staff and professional support staff. Well, that leads to kind of a re-evaluation of the position of academia, of academics and support staff as well. we become kind of a co-actor in research and innovation instead of being support. It's a symbiosis and it strengthens each other, especially needed in more complex projects and environments where interdisciplinary plays a role. We are sharing, in that case, a burden of complexity. It's not only the grant advisor, but it is a whole system of support professionals and researchers working together, becoming valued friends and colleagues. We're getting, I think, getting Europe forward in competitiveness. We, as research managers, administrators, have an important role. So, actually, nerds with a mission, that is, let's say, a phrase that counts for the researchers, but also for research support. We are also nerds on a mission regarding compliance, regarding liking texts in grant proposals and enjoying making it better. So we're all nerds in the same system. Now, to show you that this is, let's say, for higher up management and why this change is needed, this is a LinkedIn message from Jeroen. Jeroen is the rector of the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. I know him very well, and he mentioned that, so Rianne is rector in Maastricht, and they're talking about the change that is happening within academia, and why they became rector and why they want this change happening. Because the system within academia, within research, can sometimes be really strenuous. It's a rat race. It's being in that treadmill, trying to run around, looking for the sheep with 5 legs, and a lot of people within science eventually want to get out. It is sometimes not really kind of a healthy working environment to be in. So that's why they want to change it. And I think Rianne and Jeroen are not the only one. There are a lot of higher up management people in the Netherlands, but also outside. I mean, within one of the RMA projects, we have people from Coimbra that have the same idea. So it's moving forward, also at different levels at the university. So where is it moving into? And I think this is a nice, it's a nice article or document that has been written. I think it's EUA or Science Business, I don't really know, but you can look it up on the internet. It's about the 4th generation of university. And even I saw an article about the 5th generation of universities. But basically what boils down to is that it emphasizes more on collaboration within the local ecosystem, focusing more on societal impact within the region, and taking on actual day-to-day societal problems. So it's a logical development, I think, what we do and how we connect to society. And it is not something that, let's say, we in our ivory tower, it's not only the researchers hiding back in their ivory tower, but also management and research support as well, being cramped there high up in the tower. We have to climb down and make sure that we connect. And as research managers, administrators, we have an important role there. If you're an impact officer, you can make a difference, trying to create impact together with your researcher. And also, being a grant advisor, you can make sure that there is something in the project that is connected to society or citizens' engagement, etc., etc. And I think that is more and more happening as well, everywhere. So, what does change mean for culture? And I got a message from Vera saying that I shouldn't talk about totems and other things and dancing, etc. But culture does change, and I think we are developing or moving into a culture that is more inclusive and more innovative and social responsible than it used to be. It's built on collaboration, transparency, and has a broader recognition. It's also focusing more on societal needs and global challenges. Now again, I mentioned this in the beginning, we're not all the same. So that means that some things might work in one university and might not work in another university, but it doesn't really matter what you do as long as you keep thinking, and I hope that after this presentation you do keep thinking about your own role and how you can pick up and change the system. Baby steps at a time, of course. So there are a lot of challenges faced, and we already mentioned a couple in other presentations as well. I mean, these insufficient skills and capacities, we have to keep training each other and would also get training from others. The limited access to networks, deficiencies in tech transfer and IP management, financial constraints, of course, and cultural and institutional barriers. I think the last one is a very important one. I should have put that one in bold. But culture and institutional barriers. Barriers can be broken down. Culture can change. Slowly. So what can you do while balancing on a board making the world a better place or making academia a better place? I think in the next couple of slides I want to show you that you kind of have to think about what actually is something that I can do and something that you don't have any influence on. So you have to have kind of expand your soft skills toolbox. Read about it. I mean, buy books. You got books on how to deal with different people or how to, there are so many nice books to read. And while doing it, in the meantime, try to keep afloat. And it's like, for some of you, this might be a really, let's say, day-to-day situation, but at least it's something that you try to keep afloat and make sure that you navigate the waves as you go. One of the things to navigate change or navigate things around you is to at least know where you have control. So you have, this is something from, let's say, the book of Covey, the 7 Habits of Most Successful People. I can highly recommend it to you, although it's a very old book, but it has stuff in it that you can take along in your backpack. It talks about a circle of control, a circle of influence, and a circle of concern. Your circle of concern is, for instance, the prices of bread or the weather. You can't change it. So you can be worried about it, you can be think about it, or Trump that is elected and doing stupid stuff. But I mean, don't stay too long within your circle of concern. It will not help you, it will only make you miserable, and it will not bring you anything good. Your circle of control is the things that you control yourself. You read your email, your own behavior, etc., etc. If you expand your circle of control, you can be a much happier, less stressful person. If you stay in your circle of control will become bigger, and also your circle of influence will eventually get bigger. Your influence is like, say, that's what you have also control, or kind of control to others about. So you can read about it, it's on the internet, you can have YouTube film, movies about it, explaining you all the stuff, but it is something that you might want to take home. So I really like this always to make sure that I do the right thing and not keep into negative emotions too much on things that I cannot do anything about. The other thing is about communication. So if you keep doing the old thing, you keep getting the same result. So when you talk to a researcher and the researcher never responds in the right way, or you get no response back or whatever, you try to keep doing the same thing, you will get the same result. So change is needed, both in your communication as well as in your behavior. And I think there's one important point before moving on to, let's say, the more examples that I have, is that many times what I see with research support is a parental relationship with researchers. So we as research support staff or professionals are sometimes in a relationship with researchers that is a parent-child relationship. Now, sometimes we are the parent, and sometimes we are the child. Now, this is an unequal and disbalanced relationship. And within your own behavior, you can change that into a more equal one of two adults. And I think that is an important one to keep in your mind in how to organize your work and how to move forward within your career. Some examples, your everyday researches and how to manage them. Now this comes from the archetypes of Jung. And I got a couple of them, not all, but I will present a couple of researchers. You might recognize them. Your micromanaging researcher. This one is on top of everything. I mean, you can't even send an email without them checking. So how to handle your micromanaging researcher? You have to build trust. You have to understand where it comes from. You have to keep communicating, and you show your expertise, but definitely not keep in their irritation zone. So if you think like, oh, you know, this email will be checked anyway by this micromanaging researcher, so I can just leave a couple of typos because he will change it. Don't. Make sure that the email is correct, because then you will build trust with your micromanaging researcher. Otherwise, you will get in this irritation zone and it will become worse and worse and worse. Don't go and prepare to meetings, etc., and be aware of your relationship with that person. No, I'm not going to ask you whether some people pop into mind, but for sure they will. We got a Teflon researcher. If something goes wrong, it will never stick to them. They're always right, even if they're wrong. So keep a paper trail. Make sure to make a to-do and an action list. Make sure that there's someone got your back. And if things go wrong, don't blame the Teflon researcher, because nothing sticks to them. And it will come back to you like a boomerang. So this is something also to take into account. It's about, so these couple of slides that I give you are just funny things to think about how to change your behavior, right? How to change your communication. The clueless researcher, that's the one that is, let's say, often has no ideas about data management or ethics or whatever, especially likes to, let's say, give things away to others because they have no expertise. They can be really chaotic, and I think I have, not at this moment, but I think I have some funny stories during dinner about clueless researchers. But don't take over. If you take over, it's the end. You have to be clear what kind of service you can provide. If you take over, you'll be writing the whole proposal for them. So sit on your hands. The buddy researcher. This is your best friend. You know what they do in the weekend. You know how many kids they have. You know when the birthday parties are. You know everything. So they are working on a friendship, relationship base, and frankly, sometimes relationships come out of those, which is fine, of course. Solutions. They need the chit-chat. Don't dive into content immediately. Involves others, because if you're the only best friend of them, you will do everything. So again, you know, the pitfall is that they are your only best friend, and you will be writing the proposal. The old school researchers, they don't listen well, they are stuck in the old times, they are still thinking that it's 1920s or something, and that you will solve. So the solution is solve their problems regarding project management, regarding data management. They will not get it. You are a bridging function. You have a bridging function, connect the new world with the old school researcher. And they are like dinosaurs. Eventually they will, let's say, die out, so that will be fine. The pitfalls is they tend not to listen to grant advisors. They have no idea, so they are very disconnected. But you have to help them a bit. They're old school, right? This is maybe also a recognizable one, the God researcher. He has an enormous ego. He's very successful. He thinks he's irreplaceable. He can only understand by other people that are so successful as well. They're never wrong. And they will bypass every process within your organization because it's not for them. Solutions, if you got a PhD, flaunt it. They are very susceptible for degrees and whatever. So, in a subtle way, also show your expertise and knowledge. Make sure that the ideas that you present becomes their ideas. It doesn't matter at the end of the meeting that they present something and they think, oh, well, I thought that, I told you so at the beginning. Don't worry. Eventually you make your point and it will be done, right? So one of the pitfalls is, one of the solutions is never send junior to a meeting with these researchers. Very important. I can go through everything, but I won't. The pitfalls are especially collaboration is not on top of their mind, especially not with a research support professional like us. So make it your task to try to come up with solutions to collaborate with these kind of researchers. Sometimes that means that you don't directly do everything with this researcher, but you do something with their postdoc or their other people within their team to make sure that you start a collaboration just underneath that important God-type researcher. So these are just a couple of slides to get you thinking about changing your behavior and how you might have to react to different type of researchers. And that's very important that you also consider that there are different types and that you constantly have to adapt. We are as flexible as it. We, as unicorns, we are in all shapes and all colors of the rainbow. So make sure that it is in your skill set to change. So change happens here. It's both your own behavior that helps you in your collaboration with the researchers and your clients, but also your behavior in changing the environment of your organization, your academia, in a way that only, let's say, that fits your own organization and university, because it's different in Poland compared to the Netherlands, or it's even different compared to, let's say, Norway and the Netherlands. So there are many differences, but we can make a difference in being aware of what our behavior and the way we present ourselves and communicate, what kind of effect it has on our clients, but also on our organization. And basically, this is it. Any questions? I hope it was not too wonky with
Thank you for this super colorful, but still very serious message. Questions from the audience, either to Virag or to Edwin, please.
I think we've been very clear.
Or maybe more a comment, because we have a session later about conflict management and conflict resolution, and that was just a perfect introduction to the talks we're going to have there. Thank you so much.
Hi, I have a question for Virag. Regarding the previous surveys that you were involved, you were talking about some tendencies of, for instance, more stability on the work contract, more participation in associations, more participation in RMAs events. There were any other features regarding the previous surveys that pop up?
I think these were the most important ones. Of course, these surveys were not completely overlapping, so there were different questions, but there are some questions which are repeated, and based on this, I find these positive tendencies. So I'm just quickly going what could have been also mentioned, but I think these were the most important ones. But I can check and send you some more details if you are interested further.
Thank you. I have one question for Virag as well. During this survey, do you find or realize or have any statistics about the national regulation and the recognition of profession on some, I don't know, scientific law or some other on the national level, possibly strategies or something like that?
Actually, that wasn't a topic of the survey, but actually in some other activities within Roadmap, I just looking at my colleagues, we try to figure out such things, and I think some of the Roadmap materials or deliverables, you find some reference on this, probably also in the other output that we prepared, which was based on interviews. So we interviewed a couple of research managers, and we touched upon these questions. I think we also had a focus group with ambassadors. I think we also discussed the details, but even if there is something, not everybody was aware from it. So it wasn't, we didn't really get very evidence-based results, but the general picture is that there is hardly an official recognition in terms of professional titles that are approved at national level in most of the countries, but there are exceptions, and there are already initiatives to change this. For instance, I'm aware the Spanish had some proposed some change with this regard. Let me check who else reported this. So there are. So if you check the Roadmap deliverable 1.1, you might see some more information on this. But it is really, I really have to say that it's not so much evidence-based, because even research managers sometimes are not aware of these policy-level developments. So it's not a clear situation for the whole Europe.
Yes. Any more questions? I still have a question for Edwin. Oh, yeah. Sorry. The perspective that you showed about the Utrecht University's approach to research management was really filled us with envy, I think. So when did you start to rebel? So how long this process takes? Help us in, I mean, you've offered so many tools that we can change, that we can use in making a difference. Well, what is the time frame in which this can happen?
I think we have been, let's say, rebellious for quite some time. But I also have to say that, I mean, you can easily maybe think that everybody at our university thinks about open science and think about recognition and reward. That's not the case. We also have our dinosaurs there, and we also have people that are stuck in the old system. But so, and that's true for every university, I guess. But one of the important things is having leadership moving forward and embracing this. So that's especially our executive board. So our rector, Henk, will be the new chair of Kawara after Rianne. And we also have some passionate people there that moved it forward. And what's kind of looking at time frame, I think we're talking about maybe 10 years regarding open science. The interdisciplinary approach of the university has been set up, well, it's close to 20 years already, because we started with our 4 strategic themes, which is challenging at the beginning, but we see that it really works right now. We have a lot of projects crossing faculties, but also not only crossing faculties, but also crossing, let's say, our science park. So it takes a long time. But sometimes not. I mean, for instance, it's not dropping out of all the rankings, but it's especially not providing information anymore to the times higher. It's something that we just decided overnight, almost. And there are only 2 universities that are now just don't provide information anymore. That's one in Zurich and Utrecht. And there will be one coming in the next couple of months that will also be dropping out. And I think it's not that we don't like rankings, but we don't especially like the rankings that are, let's say, 1 digit and don't reflect the situation at the university very well. But that was an overnight decision. So there are a lot of overnight things, but there is also a lot of things that have been pre-cooked and basically part of culture for many, many, many years. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I take that as encouraging news because, I mean, in terms of research and management strategies, 10 years it's a long time, but still that's kind of a framework that we can deal with or we've learned to live with. So thank you so much. And now I would like all of us to give a clap for our speakers. And now it's time for lunch. Please just walk over here. It's going to be in the aula. It's a buffet lunch or sandwich lunch. And we are reconvening here in this room, all of us, at 1 p.m. to start the afternoon session. Thank you so much. Hopefully we haven't lost anyone during lunch. So let's start the afternoon session. Okay, so just very shortly again, the program for the afternoon would be as follows. We'll have a roundtable session here from now until 2 o'clock. And then there's going to be a lovely presentation on the ethical use of AI in research management. And then we'll have another coffee break at 3 o'clock. And by that time, hopefully by car, the executive director of the International Visegrad Funds arrives. So then she'll have a presentation for all of us. And after her presentation, we are going to break up into 2 parallel groups. It's up to your own preferences. Where do you want to join? Melanie Boucher will have a presentation and a workshop here, the communication and conflict resolution at the office, soft skills, here in this room. While Veronika Stepanova will move to another room, our Veronika from our, okay, sorry, okay, great. So our staff will help you go up to the appropriate seminar room where it's going to be held. And then after, again, we'll have 2 more of these parallel sessions. And hopefully by the time of 5 p.m., we reconvene here for a very short closing of the event. And in the evening, all project partners and international guests and distinguished speakers, please join us for the networking dinner. You have the email with all the details in your mailboxes, or if you don't, please contact our colleagues outside. So after all these operational details, I give the floor to Visegrad, who is going to introduce all the speakers of the roundtable and manage the rest of the event.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Renata, for taking us through this whole day. And now, as you might see in the agenda, our aim was to step a bit back and think a bit more from the horizontal level. So not only deal with the daily hurdles and struggles and issues of research managers, but to see this whole professions and the professionals working in this field from a distance beyond and from the view of the whole ecosystem and what kind of impact they could provide and how we could increase their impact to the functioning and the competitiveness of the research and innovation ecosystems across Europe. So this is why we are very grateful that our partners and our colleagues managed to bring very important speakers who will join us now as for the roundtable discussion. And they are, as you will see, they are coming from very different places and they are bringing you very different perspectives that we can talk about and that can also enrich our views and also try to find out how to move forward and how to advance the situation. So I will call them to take a seat here and then we will start the in-depth discussion. So first of all, I would like to ask Eriona Stembari from the University of New York, which is based in Tirana, Head of Business and Informatics. Please, Eriona, take place. Then from Poland, we have Eva Mendec, Head of National Project Office from the Silesian University of Technology, who is also a Deputy Chair of the Academic Administration Forum. Then from Hungary we have István Szabó, who is now placed at the HANREN Hungarian Research Network, being a chief advisor. From Serbia we are having Ana Jakovjević, who is involved in the Committee on Education, Science, Technological Development and Information Society of the Serbian Parliament. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have Branka Savic, who is in the Ministry for Scientific and Technological Development and Higher Education of the Republic of Srpska. And from the Czech Republic, we have Radka Prečlíková, I'm sorry if I misspell your name, who is coming from the Czech Technical University based in Prague, from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. So, thank you very much for joining us. I will also take a seat and then continue the moderation from that angle. So again, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. We are truly honored to have all of you here. And basically, I would have only two short questions from each of you, after the introduction, of course. And then I will also ask the audience to take the floor and ask any information, comments, or stand views. This is an informal discussion, so I don't ask any official statement from any of you. The aim is really to see the situation, your thoughts, and what could be the next steps to move forward. So my first request from you is to introduce yourself briefly. So who are you, where you are coming from, what institute you represent, and if you have any experience or anything that you want to mention, please do so. Oh.
Okay. So thank you very much for having me. My name is Eva Mendec. I'm from Gliwice, Poland, and I represent Silesian University of Technology, as well as the Academic Administration Forum, which is an association where I was last year elected for vice president. I'm the head of National Projects Office within Project Management Center at Silesian University of Technology, and I've got, I don't know, maybe a little bit over 20 years experience in evaluating and managing projects, whole variety of projects. So beginning from 5th and 6th framework program, so ancient times, and until now managing national projects. So this is my background.
Hello, my name is Ariana Shtabari. I represent the University of New York in Tirana, which is a private university, the first one established in 2002. I'm head of the business informatics and the business department. Besides being a professor, I'm also a researcher there. So my role in research management is intersected with mainly implementation of the projects and stakeholders management. Thank you.
Yes, hello, I'm Istvan Szabó from the Hungarian Research Network. Hungarian Research Network is a network where we have 19 institutes, and they're conducting research from particle physics to Greek philosophy, but literally, so it's quite a broad range. And I'm a senior advisor for scientific affairs. Previously, I was responsible for many science policy topics in Hungary, so namely, for instance, the Research Development and Innovation Strategy of Hungary, which is still in place. And also I was responsible for the funding agency's part of science funding. So I would say that from the policymaker side, I have quite an overview of what happens here in this country.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ana Jakovljević, and at the moment, I'm the parliamentary member of Serbian parliament. And before entering political life, and in my past life, I was, for 18 years, working in academia. And I was involved in many projects and programs under the European Union guidance and rules. So I'm very familiar with this topic, and from this perspective now where I'm sitting, it's very interesting, and it's actually a very good position, because finally we can make some moves which can improve the position of research managers and administrators in Serbia. So I'm happy to be here, happy to hear from my colleagues about your experiences and to foster and push forward this profession, which I think is very important.
Hello, everyone. My name is Branka Savić. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Republic of Srpska. I'm head of Department for R&D and International Cooperation. I am a policymaker, and I'm very glad to be here because I will hear and I will try to change and improve the situation for RMA profession. Thank you.
Thanks. And my name is Radka Preclíková. I'm from the Czech Republic. I'm representing CHARMA, the Czech Association of Research Managers and Administrators. I'm actually stepping in for my colleague Ondřej Hradil, who couldn't join us for this session. Work-wise, I'm from the Czech Technical University. I work in the field of mechanical engineering. I run the project office for our Center of Aviation and Space Research.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So as you see here, really, we managed to bring here a broad spectrum of very experienced persons. So as I told you, I would like to really approach this issue from a bit horizontally. So the first question to these panelists that I would address is about the key factors of competitive research and innovation ecosystems in your country, in Europe at large, because as you might know, we have heard a lot in the last half year, 1 year about competitiveness, how to ensure that research and innovation can take part a better position in improving European competitiveness, and how we can improve this sector's competitiveness at large, and what kind of role research managers can have in this, so how we can contribute to more competitive, to more impactful, to better performing research and innovation ecosystems in our countries, in your countries, and in Europe at large. So please feel free to bring in any national initiatives, any good experiences, anything that you think can be relevant from these topics. Really, I don't want to kind of set strong limitations to this topic, but really elaborate anything that you think relevant. Now we go in this order, and for the next question, we will convert this.
So I should begin. Well, what we are at the moment, what we are hard working on is building a network within our country, so within Poland. We are trying to gain the critical mass to have impact on Ministry for Higher Education and Science, because we have a brand new minister who came from completely different department. So this is a fresh start, I guess. So we could convince him to our goals, to our propositions. So we are preparing those propositions for him, as well as for several national institutions, announcing calls for proposals, just to bring attention to financing our work, so to financing RMAs work, so maybe even wider the administrative, academic administrative staff to get the attention we need. So we are now nearly about 300 members in our association, and also we established a cooperation with another association which consists of institutions of technical universities. So we are now building the critical mass, I guess. This is the most important thing we are working on. We also prepared an amendment to Act of Higher Education and Science in Poland. It was successful, and the amendment is prepared and waiting for signature of our government since, I don't know, a couple of months. So we hope we will manage. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would say that Albania, as an associate country still developing, faces a lot of challenges also in this sector, recognizing the hard work of research managers. I would mention from my perspective so far the biggest challenge has been to enter a consortium, right? Because in order to be part of EU projects, you need to also find partners, especially from EU countries, because so far we haven't had the right to be lead partners, and that has been a challenge. So lack of funding in research projects, facilities, trainings are more needed in the country in order to reinforce and improve and enhance also the skills of research managers, but also to cooperate further. Also, in the governmental perspective, improvements have been done. The National Ministry of Education also has started to implement a new strategy on research and innovation, especially trying to put forth new criteria how to evaluate higher educations based on their standards on research, publications, citations, on scientific work with high impact factor journals, so that to promote and motivate also researchers to get engaged more. Also, we have a national strategic document and reform that tries also to put forth initiatives in this perspective. We have had also good participation, I would say, in cost action projects so far. And what is worth to be noted here is that females are very much involved in this kind of projects. So in gender balance, I would say we're fine, but still we're lacking, as I mentioned, some research skills to improve and further contribute in the research and management area. We also have initiatives for youth engagements, especially innovative hubs that could also put forth startups in innovation and research and promote further the profession and grow interest to younger generations as well. So this is mainly what I would like to mention for your first question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the question is quite an overarching question, I would say, how to solve the competitiveness crisis in Europe through innovation. Easy. Well, actually, I would have two different answers for that. The first is, and let's put aside the current situation of Hungary regarding the Horizon funds. Everybody knows the situation here. But basically, those representing countries are also sitting here, and the other countries to the eastern part of Europe got from the Horizon Europe grants quite a very, very low amount, to put it nicely. So about 5% of the funds went to the eastern part of Europe, and 90% went to the western part of Europe for the Horizon funds. So this means that there is a strong gap intellectually between the western part of Europe and the eastern part, but I doubt anyone would agree with this statement. So I would say that this is something where we should find a solution, how to make sure that Eastern European researchers have real and deep contacts with their Western European counterparts. And I think that the programs should aim and focus to foster this as much as possible. So this is something which, and maybe this is something again where we should work together to form a critical mass, which was already mentioned. The other answer is, and this comes from a policy perspective, and this is maybe a warning to other countries as well, that we did all of our homework regarding RDI strategies. So we have a smart specialization strategy in place. We also have an RDI strategy in place. We also have the John von Neumann program in place, which is basically a sort of an action plan, how to make sure that RDI will happen. We implemented the triple helix model, and now everybody in the innovation ecosystem seems to be a bit confused what to do actually. And so this means that strategic documents are fine, but too much of them can be, I would say, a bit damaging maybe. To tackle this, we launched certain initiatives like, for instance, making a network of excellent research infrastructures in Hungary with a mindset of open science, where we also try to become members in the EOSC. So we try to put operative things into practice and not just making big strategies, but rather implement topics which actually can answer the researchers' needs. And when it comes to research management, I think that it's a topic which is getting more and more visibility. So, for instance, more of us are sitting in this room than a few years ago. But there is something, and yeah, talking about gender balance, that I'm the only non-female, I would say, sitting here. And if I take a look at you, the audience, then I see that the ratios is quite similar. And I don't know if you've heard it or not. It's a I would say a fact. I won't be able to prove it scientifically, but I think most of you know that each profession where the gender balance becomes more balanced. So in this way, more males come into the picture. Unfortunately or not, but this is something of a fact. Seems to be more important, I would say, from the perspective of the outer players. And I know that this sounds a bit, why? But if you take the, for instance, the management positions, the institute directors positions, and et cetera, basically those guys with whom you are working with, most of them, I suppose, are males. So, and this is something which, not the increase in it of male participation, but the importance of research management, this is something which should be more stressed. But again, the critical mass is increasing, and this is a good thing. So I think that the future looks much brighter than a few years ago.
Thank you very much. For this round of questions, I would like to stress maybe a bit global perspective regarding the research and development. So during the Hungarian presidency, I was here in Budapest in November actually. It was a conference of Community and European Affairs Committees of Parliaments of the European Union and the European Parliament. The short name, the abbreviation is COSAC, which meets every 6 months. So what the information which was very interesting to hear in that meeting is that in the past, European Union participated in the global GDP 40%. Today, it's 20%, which is very depressing if you ask me. And it was obvious that China and United States have leading position when it comes to research and development. Europe is also facing demographical issues. The population is getting older and older. So innovation and research are actually the correct answer to this lagging behind in this world race. So I think this is a strong argument, very strong argument, whenever you talk to the European Commission and all activities in these programs and projects that you are doing. I think that that's the strongest argument. That's why they have to continue with this kind of programs and stimulations of this concrete profession to be further developed and further supported. That is the actually, I think, as I said, it's actually very important. And also when we put that to the West Balkan region, and especially Serbia, where I'm coming from, we are also facing all those challenges, let's call it like that, not problems, but challenges, which I see that others are facing in those presentations. So pretty much, we are all in the same boat. We have to work together. We first have to understand the core of the problem. And according to my experience, if we work together, we can do anything. So I really support, I think that this is very good road to help Europe to gain back its own glory, its old glory. So this is what I would like to say for this question, and later on I will focus on concrete situation in Serbia.
Bosnia and Herzegovina, Republic of Srpska, is a small country, and we have a lot of challenges. Last year we adopted a new strategy, and we focused on the few key projects to improve research and innovation ecosystem. We start to create a strategy for smart specialization. We established a new technological park for startup, and we expect that, and we plan to establish a science and innovation fund, and we adopted open science platform, and we hope that we will increase investment in R&D, because in our country is on low level. And I must say that we have serious programs for support our researchers and institutions. As you know, in our country, we have a small number of participation in Horizon programs and other EU programs, but last few years we significantly increase the number of participation in Horizon, and we in ministry analyzed the situation. of participation in programs, and we create a new program for support participation of our institution and researchers in EU programs, financial support for writing a project application, and we have increased the number of participation in Horizon Europe. Actually, we have 10 projects. Participation in 10 Horizon project. It's a big advance. And we have serious programs for support young researchers because we want to make a more attractive researcher's profession for our students. We have a fund, Milan Jelic, for Most Talent Students Scholarship and different scholarship for all studies, cycles of studies. And last week I analyzed gender balance, gender situation, and I concluded we have gender balance when I talk about use of our financial support. Much about 55 women get our support, and in many projects for mobility, for right publication, and for now it's good.
Thanks. And in the Czech Republic, I guess the most important step towards enhancing this area was the establishment of our professional association, the Czech Association of Research Managers and Administrators. It has a legal status as association as of May 2022, so it's almost 3 years. In June 22, we started with 3 members, then it went into 100. In September 22, we had our first joint meeting, and since then it just grew to from 300 people up to today's close to 600. As of October last year, it was exactly 568. In terms of gender balance, 15%, as in 15%, are men, the rest are women. And in actual fact, for me, coming on a personal note, coming from mechanical engineering, where it's actually a completely opposite situation, this is actually quite pleasant, yeah, to experience this. But back to CHARMA. So CHARMA brings together 69 organization or institution across Czech Republic from 27 cities. So this means we are scattered all over. Czech Republic is not geographically a very large place, but it certainly is quite intense in terms of research, and membership base is from traditional universities ranging from social science to medical science, life sciences, up to technical universities, then hospitals, research offices, research support offices at hospitals, progress in technical universities, up to industry. So we also have a pretty good membership base from corporates and small to medium-sized companies. In terms of our role, what we do as a CHARMA, so we associate and bring together people. So we form the critical mass. Thanks to CHARMA, we have pretty good communication tools established, so it's quite efficient, effective way to communicate, to bring everybody together. We organize conferences. We already had 2 conferences, usually are held in September. And training sessions. So pretty much like new to CHARMA is last year in October, we opened our first workshop for early career RMAs, and with capacity attendance 35, and it was sold out within 2 hours. Yeah, so for a great success. It will be repeated in February. So for future, we are planning more advanced workshops for mid-career to experienced researchers and specific to particular topics of interest. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the very interesting insights, and also for bringing this really different viewpoints. What I noted then as kind of keywords were like networking, bringing people together, bringing stakeholders together, interlinking them, connecting the operational level with the strategic level, feeding in to support policies, also looking for funding or kind of generating funding. And then launch the new kind of collaborations or increased collaborations based on this. So basically, my second question is very much interlinked to this. As we are running a little bit out of time, I wouldn't say that it's compulsory to respond to it, but if you have any further views to bring in, please do so. So the question is, what kind of measures, interventions would be necessary or are relevant to strengthen the impact of research managers, to strengthen their added value, or even to be able to showcase their added value to research and innovation ecosystem, or these kind of issues. So we should start that way, but who wants to answer, please do so, and then I will open the floor to the audience.
Okay. I want to say that we have a good ministry and government have a good cooperation with our academic community, and we try to understand their problems and resolve if we have. And I must say that RMA profession is very important, and we recognize their significant, but we need a strong promotion of this profession, and we need networking, better networking, and we should promote the recognition of the RMA profession at institutional and governmental level. And I think that is, it will be very hard, but I think that we will success in this process.
As I said, I will now briefly say something about Serbia. So we are pretty much, I think, facing similar problems. We don't have a formal career path for research managers and administrators. We don't have no formal education for this profession. Usually those are courses which are lasting for 1 to 3 days. And people who go to these courses later on are trained by more experienced research managers. So it's pretty much practice-based learning. It's actually, institutions usually in their catalog of workplaces do not recognize a specific position, this particular position. So that's actually the thing that we, in the future, there is lots of room to improve in that sense, to recognize as an important, first institutions to recognize that this is very important, and later on to maybe make it on a global scale popular. And then these positions are usually funded project-based. They're not by the institutions. And you cannot have competitive salary in that sense. So these people usually go to private sector where they can earn more. So institutions are struggling to attract these high-skilled people. And as we saw on those presentations, these people need a broad range of skills and competences in order to implement and first get projects and then implement them. On the bright side, I really like the story about unicorns, because I like this saying, be yourself unless you can be a unicorn, then always be a unicorn. So luckily in Serbia, we have unicorns, and they are founders and members of SARMA. I'm not sure if you know what sarma in Serbia is. It's actually a national dish, which we really love. So sarma is Serbian association, which tries to connect research managers first within Serbia, then regionally, and of course at the level of the European Union. And I think that they made a very good start for us policymakers in the future, because they're doing all that job. Being in this position, actually we really depend on NGOs, because those, since RMA is NGO in Serbia, they usually do this hard work when it comes to substance, and they make our job easier in the sense that they tell us, okay, do this in order to make this area better. So what I can do from my side as a member of the Parliament of Serbia is that in the future we should work on improving our strategies or on our laws, amending a law that exists. So that's why I think that this collaboration is very important for us being in this position. And speaking of that, I will have a question for the audience and also for the colleagues. Do you have in your strategies something which can make institutions to recognize this profession, to formalize this profession as an important, in the sense of like putting it in this job descriptions and stuff? So if you have, and which documents do you have, I really would appreciate to hear some good practices in order to do my job better.
We don't have such things in our documents, so it's an easy one, unfortunately. But again, on the operational part, however, we already made some initiatives. And yeah, regarding the question, how can we enhance the situation of research managers? In Hungary, there are already initiatives. One of them is not a formal initiative. I would say it's basically a loose and somehow informal network, actually, of research managers all around the institutes. And this is very important because this is the very first layer of the connections, or how research managers will contact with each other. There is another initiative which is actually takes place at this very university, and I think that there will be a presentation about it in the afternoon. Together with the University of Pannonia, the University of Corvinus makes basically a post-graduation program for research and innovation managers, and that gives you a degree in the end of the day. From the HRM perspective, for instance, we have now a network of research data managers. And it's a formal network with dedicated persons. They get extra salary for that. So this means that this is an activity which is somehow recognized by HRM as an important one. And this is something which I would put a stress on, that somehow the importance of this activity should be recognized, and actually this can mostly be done through salaries, so material means. This is something which is, again, very important. So currently, this is how the landscape looks like, and these are just, I would say, really snapshots. But in the end of the day, I think that the puzzles are closing together, and hopefully we will be able to form a very good network within Hungary, which can connect basically to the bigger European landscape as well. Currently, again, the puzzles are already in place. Some of them needs to be more shinier or more colorful, but they are already there.
I'd like to put the answer from a bottom-up perspective. I mentioned previously there are some good initiatives on the governmental political side, like national strategies, requirements by law to have a research office and project office. Although we yet don't have a national document to define the research managers as a profession, or a legal definition, let's say, that could be implemented. But from a bottom-up perspective, I would suggest that it would be nice and maybe also helpful if we could gather some empirical evidence and come up with a research document, a paper, to do some cross-country analysis, where we stand, what could be done further, put forth some recommendations and get something published, either a research paper or a policy document that could remain as an evidence and that could be increasing citations on our profession, and also maybe knock on the door of the government, right, to have something moving on. Thank you.
Okay, so I will add just a little bit of seasoning. Maybe it is a good idea for a next project to bring together all our associations throughout Europe, maybe even worldwide, I don't know, and work together on a manual, I guess, or common policy, I don't know. So I will just leave it here. Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Do you want to add anything on this?
Okay, just very briefly, CHARMA has already published 3 joint position papers on legislation, with the aim to influence Czech legislation in the area of financial management, research administration burden, and some national grant policy plans. So that's where we are now. We're not yet influencing or aiming to influence the European level policy. So that's where we are currently. So it's good to have the experience to work as experts or as have a joint voice represented at the government level or the policy making level. So yeah, so that's our current position.
Thank you very much. So definitely we need to make our voice heard, need to find where it can channel in, through what kind of persons, through what kind of positions, and what we can bring there, so what we can show there as an added value or impact. Now I open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions, please don't shy off and address any of the panelists or together them. Any questions? Yeah, Margarita. Yeah, it was very clear. We saw everything.
This is not so much a question, it's more of a comment, but I think that you touched in a very important point when we speak about the global contribution of research and innovation to the GDP. And I think one of the ways of that perhaps should be more documented and published is really the link of research management activity with the competitiveness of research and the impact in the economy of all countries. And I think that's really the key, because if you speak outside the research management community, you can have all sorts of ideas, and one prevalent idea is that research managers are gatekeepers, or they are an indicator of the complexity of our research system. So we are more of a consequence of a further and further complex research ecosystem than the solution or part of the team of the researchers to do better research and innovation. So I think it's really important to combat that idea that may be created about our community. And I think we only get that with evidence, with published evidence, and with advocacy and lobby.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Any other questions or comments? And we also had a question from Anna, actually, who asked whether you are ever of any national or other kind of documents that recognize officially RMAs in your national policy arena or institutional level or whatever.
Because there is a strategy which says, okay, now we're going to make this important.
Yeah. So even the strategies or any other. I don't see any hands raised. Yeah, Anna.
In Portugal, you have the specific career in Aveiro University, and I think it was Évora that was going to implement. But Aveiro, it has like a career, not as a strategy, but at as a specific career. So normally,
I think the level of university is recognized that
yeah, that specific university, yeah, exactly, because normally we are in the on staff. But going on, we have the category on higher technician, means everybody that has a degree, no matter if you are a research manager or if you do another thing there in the university. So though they recognize, I think 2 or 3 years ago, they have that inside their university, but that's all, as far as I know.
Thank you for sharing that insight. Okay, any other question or comment? I'm just checking the clock. Actually, time is up. I'm just wondering whether the panelists, you want to add anything, some takeaways. What I have taken, basically, beside what I already mentioned, is that, yes, recognition is still not there, so we still have to get there. Not only formally, but also financially, that can also improve the employment situation, recruiting, investment of institutions when they start to train research managers and somehow ensure that they won't leave to other institutions. We have heard quite some different measures that are already running in our countries. So as I said, there are really positive trends, and that, as István said, the parts of the puzzle are coming together sooner or later. But I think it is indeed very important to be in touch, to learn from each other, see how others are going, and to see what we can do in our countries. And with that regards, having an empirical evidence and I think a clear value proposition is of super important, which is made in not with our minds, so from our view set, but from the view set of our target groups, like the stakeholders, the policymakers, or even the research colleagues and the institution leaders. So thank you very much for all your contributions. Please, a big thanks to our... And now, if I'm right, we go to the next presentation.
So, Virak, thank you for moderating this roundtable session. Thank you for your participation. And I would like to give the floor to Susan Homerson, who is going to continue this session. And she comes from the Eindhoven University of Technology from the Netherlands. And the topic she is going to talk about is the ethical use of AI, so artificial intelligence in research management, which I think is a very, very exciting topic. So I give you the floor.
Thank you. Do you want me to? Oh, no,
that's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much, Victoria. I'm not just going to give a presentation, we're actually going to do a workshop in which you are going to work, but I am going to give you a little bit of an introduction on what we're going to do in the next 50 minutes. Don't worry, we won't be late because I know we're on a tight schedule, so I will keep track of time. My name is indeed Suzanne Homerson. I'm a policy officer at the Eindhoven University of Technology. That is in the Netherlands, in the beautiful south, I would say. I am also a co-chair of the Arion group, which is the Ethics and Research Integrity group of EARMA. And I do that together with my colleague, Joanna Porcel. Maybe you've seen her around also. She's very active in EARMA. So what we're going to do today, I'm going to talk for 15 minutes top. I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction into EU ethics guidelines in research, a little bit about the ethics self-assessment that you need to fill in for European projects. So if you're doing Horizon or ERC or whatever project and ethics comes into play, then you can fill in these self-assessment. Then something about the principles of the ethical principles They're called the Altai principles and how they also relate to the AI Act, and then we're going to start the workshop. Well, first of all, I always like to start off with why do we do things? Why do we have something like AI ethics? I think you are all aware that AI has a lot of advantages. Maybe you use ChatGPT or some other system, generative AI tool, but also think of the technical aspects that you have in your car. Maybe you have parking assistance, for example. So you see that there are a lot of advantages. But there are also potential risks. When I opened my news app today, I saw an article about the Netherlands, about a tax scandal. For the Dutch people among us, you know that, but what we have experienced in the Netherlands is that our tax department, which is a governmental institution, used an algorithm to identify people who are potential frauds. And the algorithm was, for most of the cases, completely wrong. So citizens, our citizens, Dutch citizens, were accused of being a fraud and had to pay massive amounts of money to the government, unrightfully so. And it takes, I read now, 15 to 20 years to fully recover that damage that was caused. So there are risks, and those risks can be really detrimental. So that's why the European Union really chooses to say, like, okay, we need to focus on humans if we talk about ethics. And a human-centric approach really means that we care for the needs and the perspectives of humans. And this not only applies to when an algorithm is implemented, but it goes for the entire life cycle. So when you design an algorithm, so obtain the data for that, you develop the algorithm and you're implementing it. So it goes through the entire life cycle. Quick question to the audience. Is everyone familiar with this document? I say, yeah, I see nodding. For the people who do not know it, this is the document. You can easily Google it, easily find it on the internet. It's when you work with humans, when you work with human data, when you have a medical study, but also when you're working with artificial intelligence or have artificial intelligence in your project. And what it basically gives is it gives you a lot of information. It's like, what does your project need to comply to? And they do that basically in the name of a checklist. So this is actually the first question of that checklist. It's a lot longer. It says, like, does your project involve artificial intelligence? And then if it says yes, then they ask you a couple of questions, like how are the participants of your project informed? Can you do a risk assessment? Can you provide information on how you tackle certain ethical questions in your project? Now, in order to do this, there are a lot of guidelines. Actually, on a world basis, because we're in Europe now, of course, but the world is much bigger. I think the last time I heard how many guidelines were in place on ethics and AI, that was about 83. You see that a lot of organizations, a lot of countries all have their own guidelines. But I don't want to make it complicated for you. I really want to stick to the European ones, so the high-level expert group on artificial intelligence. It's the Altai group. You can also easily find it online. There are also questionnaires and tools made around this specific document. So I would recommend also for your projects to refer to this guideline. I would also like to refer to you to the living guidelines of the responsible use of generative AI in research. As it says, living guidelines, they will be updated regularly, because the technology changes so much, it changes a lot. So this is an interesting document if you want to help your researchers. And then there's an ethics by design and ethics of use for artificial intelligence. So this is basically what we're also going to do a little bit in our workshop today on how to implement ethical principles into your research design. And then in some cases, when you work with persons with sensitive data, you could also come up with a fundamental rights assessment. The one on the right is the one that, well, it's sort of an official one from the Dutch government, I would say. It's a template that you could use. Of course, you can use it, but there will also be probably other templates that you could use. A couple of more anticipated guidelines coming out actually January 2025. So right now that's more guidance on human-centric AI, on artificial intelligence and informed consents, audits and checks, and again also the human rights impact assessment. And I'm not sure if are there any ethics reviewers in the room? Yes, one, yeah. There will also be a decision tree on how to assess AI, and there will also be a list of certain artificial intelligence techniques, so deep learning model and other models, for example, and what the specific risks are for these technologies and how you can mitigate them. So it goes a bit more into detail on the specifics of all the artificial technology strategies. As soon as they come out, we will make sure that it's being spread. I can send an email to Victoria, and then you know you're aware that you can download these guidance documents. So, what are the Altai principles? First, a little bit of background. I think you might already be aware of the Artificial Intelligence Act, the AI Act. Before this act was drafted, the European Commission gathered a group around, a high-level expert group, and they sat together and they came up with like then, okay, which principles are important when it comes to artificial intelligence? And they found these 7. We'll just quickly point them out. Human agency and oversight is all about having a human in the loop. So for example, if you have an algorithm that detects cancer from CT scans, then you would, for example, want to have a doctor involved who checks like, okay, is this really what I would have picked too? And the doctor is then ultimately maybe the one who communicates to the patient. It's not like the algorithm stands by itself. Technical robustness and safety, this is something that is more of a technical and more of a mathematical ethical value, I would say. This is really about the accuracy of the algorithm. Right? So does your algorithm still do what it needs to be doing now, but also in 2 years, in 4 years, in 6 years? Does it have that robustness? Is it safe? But the safety, you also have to look into a broader perspective. Also think of cybersecurity, for example. And that's another very difficult topic, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. But this is incorporated into this value. Privacy and data governance, I think you're all very familiar with. We, of course, have the GDPR, which applies. It's not like GDPR doesn't apply anymore with the AI Act. It very much applies. And data governance is also something very important, is that you are filing your data, keeping your data sets, logging your data sets, that you know which type of data is being used in your algorithm. So it's also a matter of doing like good data stewardship. Transparency is all about making sure that your algorithm is explainable, that it's transparent why it makes some choices. So that in the end, if you explain to your citizens, like, hey, why were you marked as a fraud? Can you explain that to me? Well, in this case, I don't think our government was able to explain that. And this is something that now is really incorporated into law, you know, that you have to be able to be transparent about the choices the algorithm can make. Diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness is all about making sure that your algorithm, and indeed that does not discriminate. And that can also start really from the data that you put in. Maybe you've heard of garbage in, garbage out. Like if you set up an algorithm that's only done with male data, then it might not be able to say something about females later on. So this is this principle that applies here. Environmental and societal well-being is something that I'm particularly interested in. This is about the effect the algorithm has on its environment, but also the well-being. And I work on a project where we do artificial intelligence in manufacturing. And this is really an interesting question. It's like, what does it do to the employees of a company if we optimize our systems? Can we, for example, give them training, or would they still be doing the same job as before? So these are kind of things that you have to think of before you start implementing algorithms in what kind of systems and whatsoever. And the last value is accountability. That basically means that that there's always someone responsible for the algorithm. The algorithm is adopted into a company or an organization, and that organization has to put in place mechanisms to make sure that the algorithm does not run wild. So these are the principles, and again, what you also see here, but I also indicated here, this follows a life cycle approach. So human agency and oversight might not be that much applicable when you're selecting data sets and you have no clue what you're doing whatsoever, you're just trying it out. But at some point in your research from scratch to implementation, it will come into play. So all these principles cover basically the whole life cycle. Then very briefly how it relates to the AI Act. The only thing that I want to say about the AI Act is that it's a risk-based approach. So you have certain technologies that are forbidden, and that's just a list that's out there by the European Commission. For example, emotion recognition in the workplace is forbidden, so they're not allowed. If we go a little bit more to the bottom, we have some minimal risk and limited risk classes, and these require either voluntary standards or transparency requirements. But when we look at the high-risk requirements, then we see that those Altai principles really come into play. You really see that the principles I was just mentioning, the high-risk applications need to adhere to these principles. When is something high risk? This is either where it's in a particular field like finances, access to finances, education, critical infrastructures, so a certain area where it takes place. These are defined areas. You can also find them online. Or whether it's a part of a safety aspect of a product that needs CE marking. So for example, a medical device or a car or an elevator or a robot. Like if you have a AI safety aspect in there, then it's automatically high risk. Yeah, so this is all that I wanted to tell you before we go to the guidance ethics approach. This is a originally Dutch-founded guide with also like a big role for Utrecht University. So maybe Edwin is familiar with this approach, I'm not sure. But there are multiple parties have worked on it, and this approach is really about implementing, integrating these AI principles into a certain project. So it doesn't say a technology is bad, a technology is good. They really stay away from that. It's like, okay, how do we make it valuable, sensitive? Now for that, I want to split you all into groups. We need a little bit of help for that. And then I'm going to give you a case. So that will be then the part here. So then you will read the case together, like have a technology in context. I have 4 different cases, so I will just like make groups and see, give everyone a certain case. And then what we're going to do is to look at who is involved. So that's the actors. So who's creating the algorithm, for example, who's making use of it, who all is involved. And then we're going to look at the values. So I had 7, but they skipped a part, so these are the same. They made 10 out of it. Then you're going to look at like which values then play a role in this case. And the last part of the first session is really to see what kind of effects can you imagine with this case. And these effects can be foreseen effects, but also unforeseen effects. So try to think of every possible scenario where you see like this could be an effect of this particular case. I will keep track of time because after that then we'll go to step number 3, of course. But I think step number 2 is for now sufficient. So the actors, values, and effects. And please also do that in dialogue. It's nice to discuss with each other what you think. And let me see. We have these flip over charts. So we can hand them out, and then so that every group has a flip chart. And yes, thank you. And then I will hand out the cases.
So a short summary, the case is called AI in psychiatric care.
This is streamed, by the way. I hope that's okay for you. I forgot to tell. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is a study by the Utrecht University. They are investigating, or they developed an AI application to kind of estimate automatically the risk of aggression in patients in the psychiatric department. So it's a little bit explain what they are doing, and the idea is to kind of prevent or to act in advance or before these aggressions take place by the patients in this psychiatric department. So regarding the actors, the main ones that we have identified are the patients, the doctors, the nurses, or kind of the healthcare professionals and medical staff around. Also the families of those patients, but also the ones that developed the AI. We also included them as actors, so data scientists, and also the university kind of departments, such as the ethical committee, that probably there was also a stakeholder involved in the in the process. So, and also the healthcare policymakers, because this is something to be then further developed or implemented. For the values, so we actually selected 4, but 2 of them that we thought were more relevant were the 4th. So the governance of AI autonomy, so the need to always have a human eye before, so after rolling the AI, always to have a human before act. And also the value 7, respect for privacy, because we are speaking about sensitive data. The others were 3, in the sense that diversity is very important for this particular case. We feel that multiple cases, contexts, and so on from the patients need to be taken care in the AI development. And 10, from transparency, because if we want for the medical staff or the patients to act by what the AI says, they need to understand exactly what is the algorithm, what are the indicators, and so on, to also make them use the AI. So the effects, let me see. So better management of these aggression cases, potentially a decrease of those aggression cases. I'm starting with the positive ones. And then improve medical condition, improve safety and well-being for the patients, the families, and also the medical staff. And for the 2 of them as negative effects, we thought potentially over-medication of the patients. And on the opposite side, maybe as this medication would come by an AI suggestion, maybe there could be some resistance to adhere to such medication or treatment, as it is a kind of a machine-created suggestion. Yes, do I have time for the, and then the second was how to overcome those negative effects. So, for example, for the over-medication,
we also saw on the case that medication could be taken as the last in the role, in the sense that maybe there could be some discussions about other possibilities to address the issue and or beyond medication, or taking the medication only at last in the end. And regarding the resistance to adhere, because it is a machine-created suggestion, maybe more information specifically on the explainable AI. So what are the indicators there? And also make sure that all actors know that there is always a human decision-making in the process. So at the end, although AI comes with a suggestion, the implementation comes also always with a human verification. That was
Thank you very much. I think you really identified a lot of potential effects, a lot of risks. Before we continue with the next group, I also wanted to say, so this is an example of risk analysis and how to mitigate risks. You can never fully eliminate risks. The key is really to identify and to see how to minimize it. And the second thing that I want to say is, in an ideal situation, of course we're now practicing, is that in a research project you do this with multiple stakeholders. So indeed, you identified the physicians, the doctor, the policymakers, and ideally you have them in a room together thinking about these risks. And then you also see that a lot of risks that you identify maybe are not that big of a risk as you thought in the beginning. So it's always good to have this multiple stakeholder groups. I'm looking at Victoria. Do we still have time? Yes, we're still on time? Okay, great. Then would someone from this group? I think the group in front would like to say something. Yep.
Is there the paper? Our task was Facebook algorithmic timeline newsfeed. Basically, that the algorithms are making a bigger. They're putting up more private and, for example, wedding pictures have a bigger. I mean, if they are looking at the people, the news are, fed to you by a specific algorithm. So actors, of course, Facebook users, and then we realized it's a really broad term. So active users, followers, content creators. Then the technological giants, trolls. Then we found out that there is already AI who is creating profiles, and they are even communicating with other AI-created profiles, and propagandists. What are the values there? Easy and free information access and freedom of speech. Effects. Polarization, misinformation, opinion bubbles. These are the negative ones, and the positive one is networking. The actions. There was to ban it, but we didn't take this one. More education and information, and raising awareness of the effects it can have. Regulations for content creators, if it's even possible, and maybe easier or more open algorithm. But then also we found out that it's already possible, but very little people know about it. So it's just that, you can actually optimize your Facebook and actually open it more, so you don't have all the same stuff all the time there.
Thank you. Your case is extremely relevant today, and I think this also shows that these cases that we're talking about are we don't have the infinite wisdom. We have to see, of course, what will happen to our social media platforms in due time. Yes. Oh, you're moving this one. The group in the back on. I think this was undermining. Is there anyone who would like to summarize the case? Not all at once? Yeah? I will give you the microphone.
Coming from Denmark, I dare to present a little bit because it was a really uncomfortable case to look at because it was about an AI tracking and combining a lot of data in order to prevent crime. So a lot of data from real estate registers, police, courts, tax authorities, and so on, municipalities were combined in order to find criminals, which is nice when the data is in the right hands. But there are like strong risks with it as well about discrimination, about tapping into values of non-discrimination, privacy, data governance, and transparency. So the effect, and that's why we stopped talking about it at some point because it really got uncomfortable, is that it really depends on the government and what they're doing with the data. So when we talked about mitigation procedures, we started by, okay, run away, leave the country, or shoot the president, until finally, luckily, somebody suggested, hey, how about a mitigation idea could be to make sure that the data is separated so that there's not one body that has all the data. And then we're like, oh, okay, that sounds nice. Then we stopped.
Thank you. Yes. Yes?
I don't want to be quoted for having said to shoot the president. That was just a joke. I didn't mean it.
No, we know it's a joke. I can sort of imagine why some of these cases really creep up to you, because there are examples from daily life, and I think with also the Facebook case, of course, there's a tendency to say like, oh, okay, yeah, we step away from it, and I think it's really a challenge to see like, okay, is there a way to make it work, or should we then abandon it? But is there a way to make it work? Is a question we can ask ourselves. Last group, the group here. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. We had an issue with the feeding robot. Actually, to make it shorter, there is a company which invented a robot which should help the people with the physical disabilities, and we had to assess what are the actors' values, effects. So the actors are clients with physical disabilities, healthcare workers, families, and managers and research who made the robot. So actually the values, we find it as the number 6, respect for human autonomy, respect for privacy, and number 9, safety. Concerning the effects, we have 2 positive effects. That's independence of the people with disabilities. The second one is reducing workload for the healthcare workers or families. And there are 2 negative effects: dehumanization, limiting human contact, and technical failures. So as the actions in the stage number 3, we identify necessity for technical improvement, like no spilling, talking, chatting, and looking good, looking acceptable to the people with disabilities, and training clients and workers. So that's short.
Thank you very much. Very good overview. All right, that's it from my side. I hope this workshop has helped you a little bit with thinking of risks, of mitigating risks. And please also contact me if you have any further questions. And I hope this helps helping the researcher in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. So the director of the International Visegrad Fund has arrived, but before her speech, we are going to have a very short coffee break. So I would like you to get back here at 3:10, but very tightly. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. So we are approaching the core of the afternoon session because we have someone very important here who is going to share with us her thoughts on our development, on her thoughts on our project, and on the roles that we play here. I would like to introduce Linda Kapustova-Helbihova, the Executive Director of the International Visegrad Fund. That's the donor behind the project that we all enjoy here. Now, it's for the last 18 months, this project has been something that's been very important for us, as that's for sure, for HETFA, but we also hope that for the other partner institutes as well. So I'll just hand over the mic, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank to organizers for very heartily welcome for the fund. In fact, the fund has been in touch with the main organizer since a while, and I just used the opportunity being in Budapest to come and to see you, because for the International Visegrad Fund is one of the most important things is to have a human touch, a human contact with all our grantees, if I may say, and it's also for me as for an executive director to be here with you and to have an exchange. So please, if you will have the questions after the presentation, feel free to ask whatever you would like to ask. First of all, I am not informed how far is your knowledge about the International Visegrad Fund, so let me very briefly to introduce our international organization, which is going to celebrate its 25th anniversary this year. We have been founded thanks to support of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of the V4 states 25 years ago in the Czech Republic in Štižin. Our base is in Bratislava, is the Slovak capital, but the financing is coming from all the 4 capitals via chapter of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. When someone is asking, what does it mean, the fund, what is our aim, the only response is that we try very politely and kindly to push our applicants to build a network and to search for a partnership, because we trust that searching for partners builds a network which allows you then in the future to build on your network and to build reliable and positive projects. So might you agree or not, building partnership in the situation when the politics is sometimes difficult is very important. So for us, this is the main role. And of course, the ideas for sustainable regional cooperation in Central Europe, I don't have to be very specific towards the group of people who met here today at this moment. So I think I talk to the right people. When we talk about the innovation, we have several indexes and scoreboards on a table, and we see as the Visegrad Group countries that we still have space for improvement, because in terms of innovation and research and development, we are still somewhere we would like to be better known and to have and to get better results. International Visegrad Fund is not the main institution for the innovation and research. Of course, naturally, there are some other institutions, but in terms of our main areas, one of the 7 areas is the research and development. And this event you are sitting at this moment is also the connection between educational field and research field. So in these terms, it's very important for us to share this information that our applications and website is also opened for you, for those people from not only from the Visegrad region who would like to apply for the grants. So it's possible, as I understood, you are here not from the Visegrad only, but also from the Western Balkans region. So please go ahead, check our website and see the possibilities if you have a taste for application. When we are talking about the ranking, here is the situation at this moment. This is the WIPO database. When we are talking about the indicators by the country, we can see some dates, some percentage, but there is still space for improvement. Even the exchange between the V4 countries is very useful. So I still try to encourage the research institutions, the universities, even the single scholars to go and to make a network and to make a project together. As it has been said, we support regional cooperation through grants, mobilities and residencies. International Visegrad Fund, since its 25th year's history, has been known firstly as a culture fund, but at this moment I am honored to say that we try to develop, and our scope is also on so-called Eastern Partnership countries and Western Balkans countries. We are partnering with the Western Balkans Fund, which celebrated 7th anniversary last year, and we have a fair and good cooperation with the Western Balkans Fund, who has been settled up after the model of the International Visegrad Fund, which is sitting in Bratislava. In terms of priorities, as I said, we have 7 main areas. I don't want to go into details because we are active in the culture, cooperation, in educational, in building democracy, social impact, research and development, but also those projects which are strengthening professional networks, as you are at this moment, of educational institutions, and which are supporting the mobility. You also are an evidence, sitting evidence of this is happening, of students, researchers and educators. This is also of our interest to support this kind of best practices. We do not support, in fact, if you would like to have a new building, but what we support, it's so-called soft skills through formal and non-formal educational methods. So, of course, the easiest way is to call the people to have a workshop or to have a lectures. So this is the usual way what we are able to support. If you have a taste to build up a new cluster, new network, if you have a feeling that you can bring to Visegrad region something which is new in your research area or in the area you are working in, you are warmly welcome to apply with the International Visegrad Fund. The only thing you have to accomplish is to have enough partners from V4 or from the Eastern Partnership or Western Balkans countries. If you have a project or if you have an idea which is dealing with innovation, technologies, scientific research, please, and you have a time and enough human resources to make an application, please do that, because this is something which interests not us as an institution, but also, I'm sure, the partners in the Visegrad region. When we are talking about mobilities, the fund, besides the scholarships within the V4 countries, we support newly fellowships between the Western Balkans, 6 Western Balkans countries and 4 V4 countries. We are supporting the scholars coming from Western Balkans region to the V4 and vice versa. We do have a scholarship program with Taiwan. We do support research grants at the historical archives of the EU and Visegrad scholarships at the Open Society archives. And in terms of primary school, high school, meaning for the people between 12 and 30, we have V4 Gen Mini grants, which are so successful that we have 6 times more application or even more than we are able to submit. So the taste for mobility, even within the Visegrad region, is very high, because we have, even within the Visegrad, the parts and the families, the single parents, the socially not really rich people, they cannot allow to finance the mobility for their children. So the only possibility very oftenly is to have this very easy application for the Visegrad Fund to meet the schools from cross-border, even from areas which are not so close, but this uniqueness of the simple projects, this is making really the real network, because when the children meet and they have together the program, this is what is building really the strategical partnerships for the future, because you never know what is growing up from your kids. And as soon as you start with networking, it's always good. Beside of what has been said, and I don't want to go to the details because it's not really necessary, but we have a broadened scope of projects. We have, or the International Visegrad Fund supports the Energy Think Tank platform. We have Startup Forts, which is operated by Design Terminal, which is sitting in Budapest in cooperation with Czech partner, with a Polish and Slovak partner. And we used to have very well-run V4 Innovators program in Israel, which is, you know, the reason why temporary on hold. Here is to show you some of our successful projects in the field of research or business research. So this was also focused on cluster and cooperation between business and research, with the aim to identify the best transferable patterns. Then we used to have the V4 and Croatia cooperation with the goal to research the potential of using algae in biotechnology. So for me and for my colleagues, we are very enough. I'm the professional from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My colleagues are not also usually the biologists. So for us, it's very interesting even to sit on a very specific research projects, to hear and to admire the people who are able to develop those topics. Here we have another Phosphorus Friends Club, which is building the V4 resistance, etc. Then we have Leadership for Horizon Europe, which is also one of the aim of the V4 group, because there is still space for improvement. And finally, and lastly, I would like to thank you. Thank you to the coordinators of these projects to allow the fund to have this 10 minutes introductions. And if you have any kind of questions, I will be here for a few minutes more to be able on your disposal to reply if you are interested. Thank you very much. Yes?
I'm wondering about the mobility. So you can go to Taiwan, you can go to a couple of institutes, I guess, for open archives and things.
Yes.
Why not opening it up more and having more outgoing mobility to, for instance, universities or organizations in France, Belgium, Ireland, to kind of cross-pollinate the
well,
innovation?
we wouldn't like to concur to existing programs like Erasmus Plus and so on, because we all are since a while, since more than 20 years, the members, all of us are members already of the European Union. And a matter of fact, why the Visegrad Group and the International Visegrad Fund has been founded, it was this institutional arrangement and having been able to apply for EU membership, NATO, etc. As soon as we applied and we were successfully being members of the EU, there was a question on the table if International Visegrad Cooperation and International Visegrad Fund has another proof for existence. But our expertise in this field, as for the fund, because we have so broad scope of the cooperation and we have built the network between 6,000 universities and CSOs, that's in fact the ministries of foreign affairs said, okay, this is really a good tool for international development and foreign policymaker. So we do not want to concur, but what we would like to do is to support those topics when we have a strong expertise. And this is all, when we have the synergy, is the region of Western Balkans. If I say we, I mean V4. It's Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership, especially Ukraine. So this is where it's our, at this moment, those are our priorities. And the rest of Europe, it's of course reliable and it's important, but we have another tools through another research institution and through other models of cooperation. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for the presentation, and I think that we'll still have a couple of minutes here of setting up to figure out where we can catch her and ask her questions, ask her if there's any project idea or view that you would like that you would like to map out if it would work with the Visegrad Fund. So please catch her while we are going to get divided into two groups. It's up to you whether you would like to stay here for the presentation and workshop of Melanie Boucher, who is going to talk about communication and conflict resolution at the office, soft skills. And then after that, Petra Horvat is going to talk about how to make the best out of funding opportunities. While parallel to that, the other circle of experts, the other group can go up to room 3001, where Veronika Stepanova is going to talk about knowledge and intellectual property management. 3004, my mistake, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. And then Milica Maric talks about the participation of non-EU countries in Horizon Europe projects. And then after that, we just shortly reconvene here at around 5 o'clock. So please, let's divide up. And I think Victoria is going to lead the group that's going upstairs. Thank you.